Hey everybody. This is going to be the first installment in what probably is going to end up being about four installments of me going through the fourth quarter notes packet. And this is something that you can either listen to and kind of get some ideas in your head, and then when you go through and do the slides, you'll have quick things that you can write down. It'll make it probably a lot easier than trying to kind of ferret out a lot of that information yourself from the slides. And I'll also have some videos if you have a chance and want to watch, but you'll at least be able to hear some of the like important moments in history. So um, we'll to this time around, we'll cover the 1940s after World War II and the 1950s. So we'll stop at 1960. That'll be at about slide 110, which is about just short of a fourth of the way through the packet. So looks like that'll be a good start. So we'll get started here. All right. So put the video on real quick. Okay. Let me put that over there. All right. So as World War II, the dust settles at the end of World War II, we emerge out of this war as a superpower, which is weird for us because we'd always been a kind of like a third-rate, power, trying to get into the European club, trying to be one of the big guys, and we finally got our chance after World War I, and we were on equal footing. And now after World War II, there was no Europe anymore. Like, they had literally destroyed themselves. All of their cities were rubble. Germany was completely and utterly destroyed. France was a mess. Britain was a mess. The old powers that used to run the world were gone. And we were worried because, and we talked about this already, when we talked about the World War II, at Yalta, we began to realize that Stalin's plans for the parts of Europe that he had liberated might not be that great. In other words, we might have actually traded one world conquering dictator, Hitler, for another, Stalin. And so we began to realize that we had to sort of step up and do something to stop the scariest army in the world, which was the Red Army, the army that had destroyed the Nazi war machine. So we kind of take on this new role as leader of the free world, and not only that, because of Bretton Woods, which we've already discussed, the financial power center of the world had shifted from London to New York, and we were now the financial hub of the world's capitalist economy. Of course, there was a entirely different kind of economy going on in Asia and in Russia. They had a command economy, a communist economy. But one of the edges we always seemed to have was technology, and of course, it was because our companies were always looking for ways to profit, and that gave us the cutting edge. And of course, we got the bomb during the war, and that was the greatest weapon that had ever been invented. And so right as World War II ended, we kind of had this uneasy friendship with Stalin, where we'd all agreed at the Potsdam Conference, which again we've already discussed, that we would respect all those borders. And so everybody was kind of waiting to see, is Stalin going to do that or not? And of course, he won't. When he quote unquote liberates a country, what ends up happening is they all of the sudden have a communist revolution. Poland, where the Nazis basically did his dirty work for him and got rid of most of the leaders of the Polish resistance, the people who would have resisted him. right after the war, oh gee, what do you know, there's a communist revolt. And Stalin had been very clever in how he had agreed to things, because he had said, look, we'll respect Poland's borders, but then there's this communist revolution in Poland, which really is being created by the Red Army, and is essentially a KGB operation, which we'll get to that in a second. So they have a revolution, and Stalin's like, well, I can't help what the Polish people are doing. They're just reacting. They're reacting against fascism. There's, obviously, some anger, there against Hitler, but communism is just better. I mean, I think people are starting to realize that. And so as we watch, and as the rest of Europe kind of watches in horror, one by one, these countries that had been liberated by Stalin end up becoming communist puppet dictatorships. So he doesn't have to take them over. He just basically has a quote communist revolution, which really is engineered by him. And so we're in a position where we have to, and we're about to get into kind of the details of how this all plays out, how we start to realize it, and what we do, how we respond. But this is just kind of an overview slide. So essentially what the Cold War is us trying to stop Stalin from doing what he did to Poland to the rest of the world, taking countries over by basically infiltrating them and staging coups d'etats and overthrowing their leadership and basically getting control that way, trying to stop him from doing that to all parts of the world. And so what we don't want is World War III. Okay, so this is where we're trying to do everything we can to stop him, but not start World War III. So that's why we call it the Cold War, because we can't actually fight a World War II style straight up war against him. We have to kind of do it behind the scenes. And so this war is going to basically kind of work itself out in several ways. It is a competition of ideologies and styles of government, economic, systems, etc. So on one side we have, the Soviet Union with its dictatorship, Stalin, being, and its communist, principles, and then on the other side we have democracy, freedom, capitalism, represented by the United States of America, and we both have a mega weapon, something that makes us more powerful than any European power had ever been. For the Soviets, it's the Red Army, which is like the Nazi war machine, the scariest army that had ever been created in Europe, except it's 10 times bigger just because Russia has a huge population. So they had basically copied the tactics, the armor, the equipment, everything that the Nazis had. But it's just bigger because they have more people. And so that army is literally unstoppable. There is no army that in Europe that can stand up against it. And it obviously, if we could ship our entire army over to fight, it would be a real contest to see who would come out on top. But they're already like very battle tested, in terms of like crushing the Nazis. Like nobody really wants to try that theory. And then we have the bomb. I mean, we could just drop like one nuke on like a whole, hundreds of thousands of Russian tanks and troops and just wipe them all out. So there's something that makes us both hesitate. Like we don't want to go there. Okay, especially after World War II and all the deaths, et cetera. So we have this concept, and this will become especially true once both sides get nuclear weapons, and then we are able to mount those nuclear weapons on missiles and all of that. It's called MAD, Mutual Assured Destruction. If you start this war, you kill yourself. Okay. Like you will start a war that will end up destroying everything you care for and love. Your entire country will be gone. Millions of people will die. Um, and so nobody wants to go there, but we also don't want to let the other side win. And so it's like a giant game of chess, where we're both trying to dominate the world without starting World War III. So the way this works out is um, we have two big ways that the Cold War is fought. One of the ways is through what are known as proxy wars. Proxy wars are where we take a country and we use it as a battlefield. Okay, so we're so powerful now, the United States and Russia, that we literally can just take a country and just turn it into a battlefield of communism versus democracy and capitalism, and just utterly destroy that country, fighting out like a conventional type of war. But the key is to keep the war inside the borders of that country. So you're going to see when we get to the first proxy war, Korea, how difficult that is and how it almost spills out and becomes a much bigger war, which would have been World War III. So proxy wars are one way that we fight the Cold War. The other way, which is where most of what happens in the Cold War is done, is through covert operations. And so we basically have to take our spy agencies, our guys who are behind the scenes doing the secret stuff that nobody knows about, and we have to beef them up and literally make them into paramilitary organizations almost, that are like that can go in and just topple governments and stage coup d'etats and arm militias and just overthrow governments all over the world. And they do it and we do it, and we do it a lot during the Cold War. You'll see as we get into all of the various CIA and KGB interventions. I mean, and of course the first bunch of interventions are right off the bat, in Eastern Europe, as we just discussed. So this is going to be a really interesting, long, drawn out war that's going to last from 1945/46, when, I mean, and you could say it lasted from 44 when we had Yalta, but um, it's going to last from there all the way until, or was that 45? But all the way until 1991, 92, when the Soviet Union collapses. So, it's a good almost 50 years of just the superpowers just trying to win without starting World War III. So anyway, we'll get into kind of the details of how that all works out, but that's just an overview of what the Cold War is, which is really important to understand, because a lot of what we're going to talk about won't make sense unless you have that kind of in your mind, in the background. So there are the two famous symbols of the KGB, the sword and the shield, and the CIA, which we'll talk about the creation of the CIA in just a little bit here. But this is something that, of course, is going to evolve as both sides kind of try to like feel each other out and figure out how they can, get what they want. So that takes us to what happens in Europe. Okay, so before I talk about this, we need to quickly kind of jump over to a short video here where you're going to hear Winston Churchill talk about something that's happening in Europe, which a lot of people hadn't even really realized yet. It took someone like Churchill, who had lost an election, was no longer in office, but was still, this great public figure, came over to the United States to give a commencement address at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri. And at that commencement address, he verbalized what was happening to Europe. And it helped everybody understand what was going on. And of course, then the president had to respond. So here is the famous Iron Curtain speech. We'll just go for a little bit here.
Missouri, a quiet little town in the Midwest. Not much has changed since 1946. Less than a year since the war had ended, the flags were up to welcome Winston Churchill. But he came to Fulton bringing a somber message for the world.
From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe. Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia. All these famous cities and the populations around them lie in what I must call the Soviet sphere.
The speech was not well received.
All right. So that is the important little excerpt out of the Iron Curtain speech. And so what Churchill was essentially saying is, you can see my pointer here, this is what was promised at the Potsdam Conference. This was, all of Eastern Europe was going to be free. This is what really happened once all those communist revolutions happened. And you can see that Poland, has a communist revolution. Czechoslovakia has one. Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria all have one. The Russian zone of Germany, which we're going to talk about in just a second, and we did discuss this when we discussed the Potsdam Conference. That also is under the sphere of the Russians. And then two areas which actually did have real homegrown communist revolutions, because there were partisans who were fighting in those regions who had helped free them from Nazi control during the war, like during the end of the war. And Stalin, of course, had to kind of, give credence to them because they were communists. They were trying to be the most opposite of fascist that you could possibly be. So we've already mentioned Marshal Tito. His real name is Josip Broz, who was the leader of a communist revolt in Yugoslavia, which he then became the communist dictator of. And then there is another individual named Enver Hoxha, who had led a successful communist revolt in the little country of Albania there. So you can see that the Iron Curtain that Winston Churchill had discussed kind of runs right along that line there. And of course, many people are afraid that this is just the beginning, and that there is going to be no stopping Stalin as he continues to do his thing, so to speak, across the face of Europe, and just becomes another world conquering dictator, just like Hitler. And so as this is happening, there is another popular revolt that leads to the expelling of a fascist power, and that is in French Indochina. There's a popular hero there who is very much a leftist. Again, you want to be the opposite of a fascist, communism is very attractive. His name is Ho Chi Minh. And Ho Chi Minh basically, leads this revolution and frees Indochina, and pushes the Japanese out without us having to go in and do it for them. Okay, they push the Japanese out on their own, and then they appeal to the world, saying we want to be an independent and free country of our own. And they even cite parts of our Declaration of Independence. And this is one of those decisions that Harry Truman has to make. Harry Truman has to make a lot of tough decisions, but this one is do we support Ho Chi Minh, who is, looking for freedom, self-determination, every nation gets its own state sort of thing? Or do we support the Free French under Charles de Gaulle, who had become kind of the de facto leader of France, kind of a fourth republic that emerged as France was liberated. Um, and he was kind of in as the interim president there, um, until they were able to write a constitution and establish the Fifth Republic after the war. But he is a big empire guy, and he does not want to give up the crown jewel of the French Empire, which is French Indochina. And so he's like, no, 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 no. We're going back in and we're taking it over. So the United States kind of was in this position of having to choose, and Truman chose the French. He chose de Gaulle. And so we didn't send troops there. This is the first Indochina War. And of course, the reason we're talking about this is because there will be a second Indochina War, which will be our Vietnam War, another proxy war in the Cold War. But we did send a lot of equipment and supplies and whatnot to the French. And so the French go in and basically try to take over their old colony, um, and are going to end up fighting the Vietnamese in Ho Chi Minh for 9 years, in a very long, drawn out guerrilla style warfare, type of war. So we'll come back to this in a little bit, but there is a group of freedom fighters in uh, Indochina, called the Viet Minh, who are indistinguishable from regular civilians. They're just farmers with guns who will ambush, forces as they're kind of tromping through the jungle. And so, of course, we'll get to see those same kind of fighters later on ourselves. So. This may not have been one of Truman's better decisions. Again, it's one of those points you'll have to debate, um, down the road. But it is kind of ironic that later we would fight and spend so much blood and treasure trying to free Vietnam, and give them democracy, etc., when they asked for it at the end of World War II, and we didn't give it to them. We supported the French instead. So, but Truman's reasoning was that he was trying to stop the spread of communism, and allowing an avowed communist like Ho Chi Minh to get into power would essentially, not be smart. Um, all right. So President Truman is trying to figure out how to respond to Russia without starting World War III, but in a way that is strong enough to stop Stalin from taking over any more countries. And so, as he and his top policy advisors are trying to figure out what America's response is going to be, he receives a communique from our ambassador in Russia, who has come to understand the mind of Stalin and the Soviet way of thinking very well. His name is George Kennan, Ambassador Kennan, and Ambassador Kennan sends something known as the Long Telegram, to Truman. And it's in essence what the Long Telegram says is that, the only thing the Russians respect is force. Like, diplomacy is just not going to work. It'll be like Hitler, oh, we made a little treaty, whoosh, don't care, kind of thing. So basically, he is saying that, Keenan's advice to the president was it would be wise to try to contain them, to stop them from taking over any more territory. You put out the fires while they're small and easy to combat. In other words, when the guerrilla fighters first go in and try to stage the coup d'etat, that's when you go in and you stop them. You don't wait until it gets really big and too hard to deal with, unless you like send in full force military. And so he advised this strategy of not trying to retake any territory that was already under communist control, because that would start World War III, but trying to contain communism from spreading any further. And so this becomes known as the Truman Doctrine. And of course, I've got a little clip on this because this is one of those moments in history. So here is President Truman speaking on how we are going to respond to Soviet aggression.
For America's Congress, President Truman makes the most momentous speech since the death of Franklin Roosevelt. He declares political war on Soviet Russia. In American eyes, Britain is no longer the bulwark against communist expansion.
Great Britain finds itself under the necessity of reducing or liquidating its commitments in several parts of the world, including Greece. As in the case of Greece, if Turkey is to have the assistance it needs, the United States must supply it. We are the only country able to provide that help.
From now on, it means that anti-communist America will make its influence felt in European affairs.
If we falter in our leadership, we may endanger the peace of the world, and we shall surely endanger the welfare of this nation. Great responsibilities have been placed upon us by the swift movement of events. I am confident that the Congress will face these responsibilities squarely.
Truman points the way to a new foreign policy. Timed to coincide with the sitting of the Moscow Conference, the speech means that the United States now faces up to its international responsibilities. America has decided that her true frontiers are in Europe.
Okay. So we have now extended our protection to the parts of Europe that remain free. And of course, that is going to be to the great relief of those European powers. And just, I'll jump back real quick so you can kind of see. Of course, Greece, you can see my pointer there. Obviously, it looks like it might be next. Also Turkey. And you'll see how we deal with communist uprisings in both, in Greece anyway. And then, of course, you have countries here as well that are dealing with their own issues, and of course, communist aggression as well. All right. So the first test of the Truman Doctrine doesn't come in Europe. It comes in the Middle East, in Iran. At the Tehran conference, we had all agreed that after the war, Iran, which had been taken over by the Allies because it had a pro-Nazi dictator named, or the first Shah, and had been used as a conduit to get supplies into Russia from America, that we were going to give Iran its freedom after the war. But of course, Stalin intervenes in Iran's affairs, very similar to how he did things in the European countries, and he keeps communist rebels and his troops supporting those communist rebels. He kind of keeps a little breakaway communist state, the pro-Soviet Republic of Mahabad, and the Azerbaijan People's Republic. He keeps them alive with Red Army help. And so this is an existential threat to us, because that's our oil supply right there. Like, if he gets his hands on Iran, he's going to have basically a free hand to run the table in the Middle East. And so using kind of world and diplomatic pressure, and what Truman later bragged was a direct threat by him to use military force, which may have included atomic weapons. Stalin actually just backs out. He withdraws his support. Those communist movements collapse, and Iran is able to consolidate control under kind of a constitutional monarchy kind of system, where they have a democratically elected legislature known as the Majlis, but then the Shah, the Shah's son, is kind of this constitutional monarch. And so basically the Soviet Union withdraws from Iran in 1946. Now, of course, Truman's boasting is disputed by a number of historians, so we don't know for sure exactly what was going on behind the scenes, but that's kind of what we know. Anyway, over in Europe, the the possibility that there might be communist uprisings was significantly increased by the complete destruction of the economies of Europe. So we learned a valuable lesson from World War One, which is if you have a country that has an economy that's wrecked, um, it's much easier for a crazy person to get into control, like even to get elected. I mean, that happened in Germany, and because their economy never really totally got the ability to recover because of the reparations, and so uh, the United States decides under Secretary of State George C. Marshall to just rebuild all of Western Europe, including countries that we fought against, like the western part of Germany, which we're going to get to the zones of Germany and how that all works out in just a second. But essentially, what we do under the Marshall Plan is we just go in and we rebuild uh, the bombed out cities and roads and bridges of most of Europe, spending $12.7 billion in the process, which at that time was a lot of money. But we were wealthy. The kind of we're in the new financial hub of the world, and the argument went that it was much cheaper to rebuild these countries so they could become healthy and stand up to communism on their own than it would be to actually go in and fight a very long, expensive war trying to stop communists from taking over once communism had really taken root and had become a big thing. So, in an effort to prevent communists from gaining a foothold in these countries, we spend a lot of money rebuilding them. And you'll notice, by the way, that Spain doesn't get any money. It's pretty much the only country not behind the Iron Curtain. Oh, and Finland is the other one that don't get any funds. Finland really didn't need to be rebuilt. I mean, it had suffered some damage during the Winter War, but that was mostly out in the countryside. And Spain, I mean, they had a civil war and still were trying to rebuild their country, but they were under a fascist dictator, Franco. And so, we didn't give him any help. I mean, he's lucky that we didn't, just go in and overthrow him. But since he didn't help Hitler during the war, we didn't. But yeah, that's the Marshall Plan. And of course, the Marshall Plan gives us this idea that we can get what we want in the world. We can influence world policy by just giving countries money. And of course, we continue doing that. We've all the way up until the present day, we still do that. And we have this program called USAID, which is what the Marshall Plan administration morphs into later, as we realize how much we can influence countries around the world to do what we want, by just simply sharing some of that wealth that we have with them. So that is the Marshall Plan. Very, very influential, and many people consider it to be a success. All right, on the home front, our soldiers, many of whom were like just 18 years old, 18, 19 years old, taken out of high school before they even graduated. They come back home, and the government wants to do something for them. You may remember the bonus bill that the government, had passed after World War One, saying in 1945, when you retire, you'll get, $1,000, and then they tried to get it earlier during the Great Depression. Well, after World War II, the government tries to do something for all of those young men that went over and fought during these brutal campaigns in the Pacific and in Europe, and basically comes up with something called the GI Bill. And the GI Bill basically, which is actually technically called the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, says that basically a free college education, or low-cost education, would be provided to people who had served in the military. And that, of course, is still true even to this day. And of course, that's why a lot of young men end up going into the military is to get that benefit. And so colleges were just having to add, buildings and professors and hiring people and expanding their campuses dramatically as all of these young, GIs were coming home, getting their high school diplomas, and then going off to college. And America's workforce is going to be transformed. We were once a nation of factory workers, but as many young men kind of end up in college and get that technical know-how to go into, a profession such as, medicine or law or becoming an engineer, and they get that extra education. We start moving more and more towards a service economy. So that's going to be one of the big long-term effects on our economy. Um, but as these young men come home, they, you know, they get married, uh, and they just start having a bunch of kids. And so this is where we get that kind of 1950s, leave it to beaver kind of, idea of what an American family is supposed to be like, because um, a lot of them don't want some overcrowded, city urban area to live in. They want to live out where they can have a yard and a white picket fence, and a dog and all that. And so a guy by the name of William Levitt pioneers this new form of kind of residential living known as the suburb. And so as these young GIs and their families move out to the suburbs and have like a lot of kids, we have this big population bulge, which during their productive years are actually going to really boost America's productivity dramatically, which is going to, give rise to this, this really strong economy, which we'll talk about in a little while. Um, but at the same time, when they hit retirement age, which is basically now, they're going to put a huge strain on the retirement system, Social Security, which had been developed in the 1930s. And so you start to see businesses move out to the suburbs to service these new neighborhoods, supermarkets, shopping malls. The whole landscape that many of us are familiar with become part of the new landscape of America. And so as the war was ending, uh, you know, President Truman knew that as you transition from wartime economy to peacetime economy, there's all this upheaval. Companies are like, okay, well, we don't want to hire people at that old rate. And then people go on strike. And then there's just all this, the same thing that happened after World War I. And so he puts together kind of a New Deal kind of package to avoid all of that, known as the Employment Act of 1946. And it was going to actually have where the government was going to commit itself to creating full employment. Like they were going to, like the government was going to try to make sure that everybody had a job. They're going to have higher minimum wage, national health insurance, something that, of course, was controversial just as recently as the 2010s. Was in this plan. So it was very bold kind of plan. But the Republicans in Congress, led by Senator Robert Taft and Senator Dick Russell, they basically eviscerate most of that stuff. They gut most of the more liberal policies out of it, and in the end, all it ends up doing is creating a quote Council of Economic Advisors for the president, which of course is still around to this day, and they're the ones who kind of advise the president on economic policy, what you should do to get an unemployment down, to get jobs up. This is where the president really kind of takes on that role of trying to boost the American economy. And so as the economic upheaval inevitably happens, um, troops have to be sent in to maintain order as strikes break out all over the country. And people's answer to a lot of this is to just move, to pick up and move. And so there's waves of migration away from the industrial kind of heartland of the Midwest, the upper Midwest, which would be like this Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania kind of area, known as the Rust Belt, down to what is known as the Sun Belt, down to the south and out to the West Coast. And so you start to see the demographics of the country shift as people choose to move as a way to get away from, in a business environment where there's just not enough jobs that are paying well enough, for people to live comfortably. So in the midst of all of that, of course, there is racial strife, considering kind of how race relations were in our country at this time. And believe it or not, Columbia, Tennessee is actually the scene of one of the big race riots of American history, because in 1946, James Stevenson, who is pictured right here, who was a Black U.S. Navy veteran, was escorting his mother Gladys to a radio repair shop so his mother could get their radio repaired. And a white trainee in the shop named Billy Fleming started mistreating James and hit him. And James, just, having seen, the horrors of fighting fascism abroad, and just, he just was not going to put up with this kind of garbage. And so he hit him back and beat him up. And so, of course, when a Black man, takes power into his own hands and starts, beating up white people, then of course, you have this white mob that kind of coalesces. And so there was a white lynch mob that had kind of coalesced in Columbia, and they were talking about lynching Jimmy and his mother. But in the Black neighborhood in Columbia, which was known as the Mink Slide area, there was a group of Black men who armed themselves and basically kind of created their own militia. And so it looked like the city of Columbia was going to have a full-blown race war. And 4 policemen were shot as they tried to enter. And then a race riot just ensues from there. And about 100, like the way that they keep it from like getting completely out of control is that the police go in and they arrest 100 African American men, and 25 of them are later charged with attempted murder. But a noted civil rights attorney, who we will be talking about a lot more as we go further in, named Thurgood Marshall, of the NAACP, comes in and ably defends them all and gets them acquitted of all charges. So that is the Columbia race riot, which of course is very close to home for all of us. And that takes us over to the Middle East. So you may remember that after World War I, the Middle East became a bunch of quote unquote mandates, which were really colonies for the British and the French. But basically the British and the French were agreeing that the Middle East was going to, be free. And that was, of course, because we were kind of saying they need to be free. And so the French mandate was divided up into Syria and Lebanon, who both got their freedom in 1946. And then the British mandate was divided up into Iraq, Jordan, and the area known as Palestine, we're going to talk about in just a second. And then, of course, the other areas kind of down around the edge of the Arabian Peninsula that were in the Persian Gulf that were under the control of Britain would later get their freedom in the 60s and 70s. But the Middle East is decolonized. And of course, we're just as, intent about keeping that area free and able to trade oil with us as the Europeans used to be, in terms of keeping it, under their control. So as the world watches footage of the Holocaust and just is just speechless and overwhelmed at the utter barbarity of what was done. Um, the um, the United Nations decides that the Jews of the world needed a place to call their own, a home of their own. And so they responded to the goals of the Zionist movement, which had been founded in the late 1800s under Theodore Herzl, and had basically been pushing for the Jews to get the old Holy Land back, the land that had been given to them in the Old Testament by Yahweh. Where the 12 tribes of Israel had once held sway, that area was given to the Jews of the world. Any Jewish person from anywhere in the world could move there and call it home by uh, the United Nations. Of course, the country that was the most influential in this whole process was the United States, which really felt bad for not doing more to allow Jews to come in during the early, like parts leading up to World War II, and then just for so there was a big kind of push within America to kind of make this happen. And of course, there's a strong Jewish lobby there as well. And David Ben-Gurion became the first prime minister of Israel. And again, this is more world history than it is American history. But just to make a long story short, as soon as Israel declares its independence in 1948, 7 Arab nations all attack it at the same time, because the city of Jerusalem holds the third holiest place in all of Islam, the Dome of the Rock in it. And so where Muhammad, it's in the Quran where Muhammad like steps on a stone in Jerusalem, vaults himself up into heaven, talks to a bunch of people, and then comes back down. And so there's like a stone with what it looks like a footprint in it. And they're saying that's the stone right there. And they built a mosque around it right on top of the site of the old Jewish temple, the temple of the Old Testament days, the temple of Yahweh. And so where the Ark of the Covenant had once stood. And so basically, you have two religions wanting the very same piece of property. And of course, the Muslim, population had control of that. And so Israel basically wins against all 7 countries. And the question is, how do they do that? And just to make a long story short, they are very intent about like defense, and they conscript, like every male citizen has to serve in the military for a little while. But they also are getting a lot of help and equipment from the United States. Like we give them the latest tech, and that has been true for a long time. And so with the United States as kind of one of their key allies, Israel, of course, they have to make use of the equipment. They do very effectively, is able to, beat 7 Arab nations at once. So the Palestinian people are the people who live inside of Israel, who are Muslim, who used to have control of that territory under the days of the Ottoman Empire, and are now under the control of this new Jewish state. And they tend to live in what is known as the West Bank, which is right here, and the Gaza Strip, which is right here. And at like various times in Israel's history, they'll give the Palestinian people self-rule, like they'll be able to kind of control that territory, but even though it's still part of Israel. So we'll get into that as we get further in history, but Israel is born. There's an important court case that comes before the court in 1947 called Everson v. Board of Education. And it basically is where a taxpayer in Ewing Township, New Jersey, named Arch Everson, challenged a New Jersey town for reimbursing parochial schools for the cost of busing. And so this is where the court, even though they come down on the side of the parochial schools, establishes this new doctrine of kind of the separation of church and state, where they say as long there's like a rule that you have to meet, and it has to be where the state can only fund religiously neutral activities. And so, of course, this is going to open the door for later court cases, especially in the 60s, where that wall of separation, which is, they go back to a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote to the Danbury Baptists, where he talked about a wall of separation between church and state, um, as their way of interpreting the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment. So that's going to open the door for the eventual kind of, separation of church and state that we have nowadays, especially when it comes to the public school system. Also in 1947, Congress gives big business some leverage back. You'll notice that Mr. Republican Robert Taft right there is one of the authors of this bill, against labor unions, which really had a lot of leverage under the Wagner Act. I mean, really, they had the upper hand against big business under the Wagner Act, which had been passed as part of the Second New Deal. And so in the Taft-Hartley Act, they roll back some of the provisions of the Wagner Act. And really, this is an amendment to the Wagner Act. And basically it says wildcat strikes are outlawed. Okay, so you can't just have a spontaneous strike. The strike has to be authorized by the union. You can't strike and then have the union like authorize it later. And you can't have closed shops anymore. Those are outlawed, where you have to be a union member to work at a place. And they also said that states can pass right to work laws, which would keep any company from requiring union membership as a condition of employment. And so union officers also had to sign statements against communism, and the government was able to issue injunctions to break strikes when they, quote, imperiled the national health or safety. So that kind of tips the balance all back a little bit in favor of big business in terms of the labor versus big business, that kind of eternal struggle that goes on. All right, put a big star by this one. This is really important. So because of the Truman Doctrine, because of this new kind of war that we're having to fight, the Cold War, it's obvious that we need to reorganize our national security apparatus in our military to be able to fight this new kind of war. And so the National Security Act of 1947 is going to allow the president to wage undeclared war. So the last war where Congress declared war, because remember, in the Constitution, it gives Congress the power to declare war, not the president. The last war that we fought that was declared by Congress was World War II. All the wars since then, which were all like wars that were proxy wars for the most part, except for the Middle Eastern wars after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they were all, undeclared wars. So that they've basically kind of been fought under the president's new authority, because the president has to have the flexibility to go in and put out little fires before they become big ones, to kind of stamp out communist revolutions before they're, and then if it obviously is, if a country is being overwhelmed, then maybe even to send in some conventional forces and fight a proxy war. And so because of this, the National Security Act reorganizes the military into the branches that we're familiar with now, and it merged the War Department and the Navy Department together and created the Department of Defense, which has the Pentagon as its headquarters. And we have the 5 branches of the military. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard. Okay, so those are our 5 branches. And the OSS, which was our kind of our spy agency, which we hastily assembled during World War II, under the guidance of the British, that became the CIA, and the CIA was given a lot of power to just go into countries and overthrow governments and conduct kind of covert operations, military operations, secret military operations around the world. And there was a group of people who were the heads of all of these various agencies and whatnot, uh, and an advisor that was like a permanent advisor to the president, that kind of kept him up to speed on what was said in these meetings, called the National Security Council. And the National Security Council basically would advise the president on what to do in these situations. So the president would be hearing all of these different, opinions from the CIA, from the State Department, from the heads of the military branches, etc. And of course, then would have to make a decision. So the president becomes much more powerful as a result of this, and this is seen in many cases to be a turning point in terms of like the power of the presidency growing significantly. And our first CIA intervention happens as this is all happening in Greece, as a charismatic communist group leader named Marcos Vaffifadias was trying to overthrow the Greek government, and he was getting help from the Red Army and from the Soviets. And so the United States decides to go into Greece. This is our first big CIA intervention, and we send in CIA advisors like Dwight Griswold is our station chief there, who kind of heads up the response to the rebels, and we're providing training for Greek troops and equipment and all kinds of things. And when that doesn't work, we actually have airstrikes that we do from some of our aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean under General James Van Fleet that are able to help the Greek army beat these communist partisan forces, and Greece ends up remaining under the control of the democratic government there, as the communists are finally defeated in 1949. But that's not the only place that there was an intervention in Europe. Italy also was the site of a early CIA intervention, because there was an election that was coming up, and people in Italy were having Mussolini remorse, excuse me, and they were basically, kind of like, I don't want to, support these fascists anymore, and I'm going to go to the total opposite end of the spectrum and become a complete leftist instead. And so the Italian Communist Party and the Italian Socialist Party had kind of merged together into this leftist front known as the FDP, and it looked like the FDP was going to win the Italian election in 1948. And so the CIA kind of put together a two-pronged attack. The first prong was propaganda, like a significant propaganda campaign meant to kind of like discredit the leftists. And it included a bunch of fake letters home to people and all kinds of stuff that were published in newspapers to try to sway public opinion against the leftist coalition. And then if that didn't work, there were caches of weapons that were placed all across Italy, and a group of right-wing kind of patriotic Italians were kind of made into a secret network under Operation Gladio, and they were going to overthrow the Italian government if the leftists won the election. But thankfully that didn't have to happen, because in 1948 the FDP lost, and so the communist threat was averted in post-war Italy. Also, at this time, the Philippines, which had been a colony of ours but had gotten their independence in 1945 under the Jones Act, were having communist insurgents in their own country because the Japanese had been brutal fascists, and of course you have people who were reacting against that, and the communist group was known as the Huks, HUKS, under Luis Taruc, and they basically were fighting against the Filipino government, and uh, they were having some success, and we had to get involved. And of course, they used guerrilla warfare tactics, and it was really, the population was sympathetic, and so we sent in a guy that you're going to see a lot of. Our psyops expert, a guy by the name of Edward Lansdale. And Edward Lansdale basically created this propaganda campaign in the Philippines to discredit the Huks and discredit the communists. And it worked. He manipulated the media. He, used, outright propaganda. And the CIA also may have kind of helped rig the election of Ramon Magsaysay to make sure that the Huks didn't, get into power democratically. And he, of course, cooperated closely with the agency, and the Huks were finally forced to surrender in 1953. All right. After the war, President Hoover, who had been kind of, out of the good graces of the American people ever since the Great Depression, was brought back into government by President Truman, who really liked Hoover and looked up to him. And he was given control of a commission to kind of study ways in which the executive branch could be improved. And so the Hoover Commission came up with a number of recommendations which were implemented, including the creation of the GSA, the General Services Agency, which basically means you don't have to go out and find all your own office supplies or all your own, they provide that to all government agencies. It also created a new cabinet level, or recommended the creation of a new cabinet level department known as the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, which was created. And among many other proposals, also proposed that there be an amendment to term limit presidents. And of course, that was a reaction to FDR. And the 22nd Amendment, which would limit future presidents to 2 terms or 10 years, was ratified in 1951. All right, that takes us to the first great civil rights icon, which is not Dr. King, it's not Rosa Parks, it's a baseball player by the name of Jackie Robinson. So of course we talked about the segregation of baseball into the white, all white leagues and the quote unquote Negro leagues. Well, the first Black player to successfully break the color line is Jackie Robinson. And of course, his story is gone into America as kind of part of our, it's part of the American legend, part of our history. And so I'm going to play you the trailer for the awesome movie that was done, that kind of illustrates the story of Jackie Robinson, called 42, which if you haven't seen it yet, it's something I highly recommend. So here it is.
My daddy left us. I was only 6 months older than you are now. I don't remember him. You will remember me. Jackie Robinson, a Black man in white baseball.
I want you to know I'm there for you.
Yeah, my heart.
Think about the abuse that he's going to take.
Your enemy will be out in force, but you cannot meet him on his own low ground.
What you going to do if one of these pictures throws through your head?
I'll duck.
Mark my words and circle this day. Negroes are going to run the white man straight out of baseball.
This ain't the America I know. You hear me?
If they knew you, they would be ashamed.
If Robinson can help us win, then he is going to play on this ball club. Don't belong here. You never will.
Get off the field. Brooklyn Dodgers ain't changing our way of living. Wear me down.
You, I'm the only one with something at stake here.
player doesn't have the guts to fight back? No, I want a player who's got the guts not to fight back. Number on my back.
I put the thoughts of them. I jack, I rob, I send. Oh man, I'm Jackie Robinson. Set when I run base, I dodge the pen.
I'm just a ball player. You a hero.
Why don't you look in the mirror? This is a white man's game. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I may take some getting used to. Maybe tomorrow we'll all wear 42.
All right, so that is the story of Jackie Robinson, and just to kind of give you a recap of what was in that trailer. Basically, you have a white team owner by the name of Branch Rickey, who owns the Brooklyn Dodgers, and he's a manager, and he signs Jackie Robinson, but of course tells him that if you want to be successful, you cannot fight back. And so Jackie Robinson had to endure just incredible amounts of abuse, and just keep a smile on his face and just keep on playing and just kind of play through it all. And year after year he did, and just continued to be an asset to the team, really wore down his critics significantly, and eventually some of the people who were the most, opposed to him in the beginning became kind of converts, and sang his praises, and he really not only got white people on his side, but and not only players but also fans, but he also was a hero to the African American community, which was seeing a black man successfully play in Major League Baseball. So just an incredible story coming out of the sports world. And that takes us to the second version of the Red Scare. So we had a Red Scare after World War One because one of the great powers of the world, Russia, had suddenly become communist, and everybody was afraid that Karl Marx's prediction was going to come true and that countries were going to fall to communism. But we have a Red Scare after World War II because we're afraid that there are subversive communist agents in our country, since we have a free and open society, that are trying to tear our country down and destroy it, so to speak. And so the House Un-American Activities Committee, which really, doesn't get as much press as the Senate version of this, which is McCarthyism, which we'll talk about in a bit, they start going after people. And their first big break is when a former member of the Communist Party of America, Whittaker Chambers, decides to, quote, turn state's evidence on people he knows in the United States government who are basically working with the Communist Party and are secretly communist and are giving them, sensitive government information. And so I have two little clips I'm going to play out of this, because the first part is having to do with people within the government that HUAC goes after, and then the second part is people in the entertainment industry. So here is a little bit on some of the officials within the government who are testifying before this House probe here.
Before J. Parnell Thomas's Un-American Activities Committee comes Lachlan Curry, aide to President Roosevelt, now a New York businessman. Denying all connections with communism, Mr. Curry says,
I welcome this opportunity to state again, under oath, as I did before the federal grand jury convened in the Eastern District of New York to investigate the charges similar to those before this committee, that I am not and never have been a communist.
answering charges of confessed spy Elizabeth Bentley and editor Whittaker Chambers is ex-Treasury officer Harry White.
I should like to state at the start that I am not now and never have been a communist. nor even close to becoming one. That I cannot recollect ever knowing either a Miss Bentley or a Mr. Whittaker Chambers.
Finally comes Donald Hiss, one-time State Department official and brother of Alger Hiss. Of the conflict between his and Whittaker Chambers' testimony, he says flatly,
If I am lying, I should go to jail. If Mr. Chambers is lying, he should go to jail. No question about that. Right. Thank you very much.
All right. And that kind of gives you an idea. And of course, the guy that really becomes the focus of the government side of the HUAC committee is this State Department official named Alger Hiss, who is accused by Chambers of being a communist spy. And they go to his house and they kind of, look around, and here's a young congressman that you'll see a lot more of later on. His name is Richard Nixon, and he is investigating some film that was found inside some pumpkins in Alger Hiss's home. These became known as the pumpkin papers because they were sensitive government documents that were shrunk down to the size of like something that could fit on film. And of course, Hiss was found in contempt of Congress, convicted of perjury, lying under oath, and went to prison for that. Had his career ruined too. But the other side of the HUAC committee activities was going after people in the entertainment industry, especially writers, producers, actors, etc., in Hollywood, who were, asked if they were, communist, or if they had ever been members of the Communist Party. And it's kind of funny, you listen to these people all denying it, and then there's of course the few brave souls who won't deny it, and they get blacklisted and have their careers ruined. But I'll play this real quick. You'll get to see Dalton Trumbo kind of stand up to the committee and some others as well. So here's that.
Don't believe you have the right to ask a question of anybody.
It's very apparent that you're following the same line of these other witnesses.
I am following no line.
Which is definitely the communist line.
I am using my own head, which I shall continue to do.
You're excused. And if you want to make a speech, go out here under one of the big trees and sound off.
Mr. Chairman,
The question is, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
I am framing my answer in the only way in which any American citizen can frame his
Then you
answer
denied.
to a question
Then
which
you
invades his absolutely invades.
Then
his
you
right.
denied. You refused to answer that question. Is that correct?
I have told you that I will offer my beliefs, my affiliations, and everything else to the American public, and they will know where I stand, as they do from what I have written.
Stand away from the stand.
For Americanism for many years, and I shall
Stand away from the stand.
fight for the Bill of Rights, which you are trying to destroy.
This man away from the stand.
All right, so there were a few brave souls who stood up, but most of the big actors and whatnot, they all were like, I can't stand communists. If I had my way, they'd all be stuck on a boat and sent, off to Russia or whatever. And you had people who would become kind of big in the future, like Ronald Reagan, who was an actor at the time, testified before the committee, and Gary Cooper and others. That was the HUAC committee, and of course, this is part of that scare that we're having, where we're trying to make sure that communists don't take over our country. So this is the new Red Scare, and in the midst of all of this, President Truman decides what many people thought at the time was to commit political suicide, which was to stand up for civil rights. And being inspired partially by the brave stand of Jackie Robinson and just his own personal feelings on race, because he did desegregate the armed forces with Executive Order 9981, which completely desegregate everything in the armed forces. No more mistreatment of Black troops. But he had presented a 10-point plan to Congress, which he knew was going to get shot down, but he wrote in his diary, well, somebody had to say it. You know, this was an issue that was one of the biggest problems America had, was how it treated racial minorities. And so, you know, people were like, you know, sir, the solid South, you need the solid South to win. You know, you're not FDR. You're committing political suicide by doing this, you know, da 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 da. And so, but Truman just did it anyway. So you'll see how this all works out when we get to the campaign of 1948. But you know, this is why Truman is often listed near the top of, you know, the list of presidents in terms by historians who rank them, because, you know, he stood on principle. He did what he thought was right. And so that is his brave stand. You know, there was a story about African-American war veterans being pulled off of trucks and being beaten in Mississippi, and that was part of the reason why he did it as well. So at least he does what he's able to within his own power as commander-in-chief and desegregates the armed forces. Also at this time, 23 countries signed the GATT, or the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which is the first worldwide free trade organization. And this basically kind of used reciprocal rounds of trade agreements to get member nations to voluntarily lower their tariffs and promote free trade. And of course, you know, in 1947, the average tariff rate for foreign products coming in from other countries was 22%. But after negotiations, the average tariff was down closer to 5%. And of course, this benefited countries that had strong economies that could export products like ours. And so we would definitely become even wealthier because of this trade agreement. But it, of course, helps the rest of the world kind of advance as well. All right, there's a huge breakthrough in the world of electronics, which is going to become very important later at this time, when three scientists at Bell Labs, John Bardeen, William Shockley, and Walter Brattain, are able to take those big clunky vacuum tubes, which were used in the original computing machines, the one that Alan Turing built over in Europe, in England, called Colossus, and then the copy that we built over here, ENIAC, and which made those machines take up an entire room and consume enormous amounts of energy. What those vacuum tubes were electronic switches, and they would burn out, and you would have to basically replace them. And because the switches were going on and off, you know, constantly. And what these guys basically create is a little solid state thing that would never burn out. It was like, you know, made out of a solid. And in that was the element silicon, which is why we call all of the electronic tech, you know, areas, Silicon Valley, et cetera, over in California. And it basically allows the shrinking of, like, say, for instance, a computer from the size of a room to the size of a box. And so without the miniaturization of electronics, and especially the computing kind of parts of electronic, you know, circuits, the whole electronic age wouldn't be possible. And of course, the transistor is much smaller now. They're you know, they condensed it down into the integrated circuit, which was a chip in the 1980s, and that was considered a big deal back, you know, when I was in high school. And then nowadays it's like it's at the quantum level almost. They're, you know, the transistors are incredibly small, which is why you can, you know, hold an incredibly powerful computer in your hand. Many people consider this to be one of the most important inventions of the 20th century, because it makes the entire age of electronics possible. All right, over to Germany. Germany had basically been agreed to be broken up into 4 zones of occupation. It was not an independent country after World War II. They had tried to take over the world twice. They're not going to get a chance to be an independent country. But it became obvious after kind of the descent of the Iron Curtain that things inside the Russian zone were going to be much different from things inside the other zones. And so inside the Russian zone was kind of the trophy, which was the capital, which had been split into 4 zones as well. And West Berlin was the American, French, and British zones. And then, of course, East Berlin was the Russian zone. And as the Russians began to realize that there was this little oasis of capitalism and freedom inside their quote unquote communist paradise, and that people, when given the opportunity, would move into the capitalist zone to get away from the communist zone, they realized that this little oasis of capitalism and freedom was really making them look bad, and it was making communism look bad. And so they wanted to get rid of West Berlin without starting World War III. And this is a little on the problematic side, because there's troops there, and there's American troops, there's British troops, there's French troops. And so any attempt to take West Berlin militarily would, of course, lead to shooting and killing of soldiers, and then the dominoes just keep falling until you get to World War III. So the way the Russians tried to basically force the other side to be in that I don't want to throw the first punch, kind of situation and have to cave, was they cut off all of the roads to Berlin. And so this becomes known as the Berlin blockade, which just suddenly happens in 1948 when all of the roads to Berlin are cut off. And President Truman now has to decide, how am I going to keep all of the supplies, which, I mean, there was a lot that had to kind of go into the city of West Berlin on a regular basis to keep everything moving there. How am I going to keep all that going without shooting Russian soldiers and being the first to throw the punch that starts the dominoes going to World War III? And so, very cleverly, he and his advisors came up with this plan. It was as suggested by the guy who did the Tokyo air raids, General Curtis LeMay, who was now one of the top guy for the Air Force. And basically, he's like, well, let's just airlift everything in. And so, to the embarrassment of the Soviet Union, their plan kind of fell apart as America just began loading up supplies in transport planes and just began flying them into Berlin and just landing at the West Berlin airport and getting supplies in and out that way. So now the ball was back in the Russian court, and they really didn't have a good answer, because if they shot down a plane, I mean, that's an act of war. And then, of course, we all know where that leads. And so they didn't want to do that. And so eventually in May of 1949, after the world would kind of was laughing at them a little bit, they open up the roads again, and the Berlin blockade comes to an end. So this is the first Berlin crisis, but it won't be the last, because we'll talk about another one in a little while. In the campaign of 1948, the same candidate who had run against Roosevelt in 44, Thomas Dewey, was running again. Everybody knew who he was. Everybody was like convinced he was going to win, because not only was Harry Truman facing a revolt by angry Southern white Democrats who were really upset with his civil rights plan, but he was also facing a revolt from the progressive wing of his party, the liberal wing, led by Henry A. Wallace, who was upset with Truman for not being leftist enough in his policies, especially when it came to, big business and things like that. And really, Henry Wallace revives the Progressive Party once again, and really was like saying, hey, we should just make peace with the Soviets and bring an end to the Cold War, and not, do all this standing up to them that Truman's doing. And so Truman just ran on his record, and Dewey, like, everybody was so convinced Dewey was going to win. They were calling him Mr. President during the campaign, and everybody would kind of laugh, and whatnot. But he was very confident of victory. And of course, In the election of 1948, Truman actually wins, and this is where he's holding up the picture. I forgot to prep this, so I won't go and search for it right now, but he has a picture of there's like a picture of him holding up the Chicago Tribune, Harry Truman smiling, and it reads, "Dewey wins," because they were so sure that Dewey was going to win that they just went ahead and printed the headline, and Truman actually won in what was an extremely close vote in terms of the popular vote, but ended up actually being a little less close in terms of the electoral vote, because some key Midwestern states like Ohio went to him, and so because of his stances on various issues, he was able to just barely beat the Republicans and win a term in office in his own right, because really he had been serving FDR's fourth term out all the way up until this point. So Truman, after he basically kind of gets through the election and had his original plan in the Employment Act of 1946 defeated, comes out with a slate of legislation that he is going to try to get passed now that he kind of has a mandate, called the Fair Deal. And this was a program of liberal reforms for health, welfare, housing, education, labor, veterans, agriculture, civil rights, etc. And basically the Republicans, led by Senator Robert Taft of Ohio, and Southern Democrats, led by Senator Dick Russell of Georgia, blocked almost all of the reforms in his Fair Deal. And basically, and so the only thing that gets through, and by the way, part of that was the Brannan Plan, which was a plan to pay farmers not to farm as a way to like boost crop prices and keep land fertile. So the only thing that goes through is the Housing Act of 1949, which expanded public housing units. There was a minimum wage increase and expansion of the people who were covered by Social Security. So most of Truman's social goals as president do not get realized because of opposition in Congress. All right, and because of the obvious, difference between East Germany and West Germany that was made evident during the Berlin blockade and the Berlin airlift, and the fact that the four powers that had won the war in Europe were no longer cooperating with each other, Germany kind of officially splits into the Federal Republic of Germany, which is the American, British, and French zones all joining together and forming like a government, which elected Konrad Adenauer as their first chancellor, and the Russian zone, which became East Germany, and basically Walter Ulbricht became the communist puppet dictator there, the two Germanys were now separated. So Germany is kind of going to go through this long period where they're separated into two countries for a while. And of course, inside of East Germany is the little oasis of West Berlin, which the West is determined to hold on to. And so the way that Truman is able to scare the Soviet Union into not attacking West Berlin was to create an alliance. And again, this is counter to a lot of the advice that people were giving at the time, which is like, do not get involved in these crazy alliances. But we create NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in 1949, which included most of Western Europe and Greece and Turkey, and West Berlin was NATO. So it's an alliance. So if you attack any member of the alliance, it's war with everybody in the alliance. And of course, the big heavy, the one that they didn't want to fight, was us. It was the United States. And so, obviously, this is going to keep the peace, but it's what we call brinksmanship. It's like where you go right up to the brink of war in order to keep war from happening. It's kind of counterintuitive. So this makes war almost more likely, because any one little thing can cause the whole alliance to be committed to war. But it also makes it a little less likely because it makes the Soviet Union a little more hesitant to be aggressive. And Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Allied commander in Europe during World War II, becomes the first commander of NATO. And later in 1955, the Soviet Union will respond with their own alliance known as the Warsaw Pact, where all the little puppet regimes were kind of in an alliance with the Soviet Union. And of course, that will make us hesitate when some of the countries behind the Iron Curtain, try to throw off the Soviet puppet regimes and get their freedom. And then it's like, well, if we help them, then we fight the entire Warsaw Pact because it'll be seen as an attack. So we can't, and so we'll have to sit there and watch as the tanks roll in and the rebellions are crushed. So the great spy masters of the world were supposed to be the British. They had taught us everything we knew about spying. They had helped us create the OSS. And in 1949, it becomes apparent that they had some moles in their, actually the ring, the first revelation that there are moles in MI6 happens in 1951, but in 1949 their activities become it's apparent somebody's a mole, but they just don't know who it is yet. And the KGB had recruited what were known as the Cambridge Five, and these were 5 British highly intelligent, young men who were recruited by MI6 out of Oxford and Cambridge and joined MI6 and rose to high position. And they included Donald McLean, Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Anthony Blunt, and John Cairncross, who, not all of them are revealed at the same time, but they did an incredible amount of damage to Western intelligence, and a lot of people who went in different various operations lost their lives because these guys who, because British intelligence was working with the CIA, these guys were basically feeding everything to the Soviet Union. So that really, really hurts the reputation of MI6. And of course, one of the operations that really is hurt by this spy ring is the intervention in Albania. And so Albania was under the control of that dictator Enver Hoxha, who had, started a real communist revolution in his country to kick out the fascists, to kick out the Nazis. And we thought of all of the countries that are in Europe, this would be the easiest one to kind of flip back, so to speak. And so basically, when the Soviets kind of, started looking at building a submarine station in Albania, that's when we really began to, decide, okay, we've got to do something here. So Frank Wisner and one of the Cambridge Five from Britain, Kim Philby, kind of worked on this joint operation where they would recruit people who had immigrated out of Albania, who were Albanian, brilliant young men and women. They would train them, they would reinsert them, and try to use them to get a popular uprising going. And all of them were killed or captured. And the question was, how did the KGB know? How did the KGB keep catching all of these spies? And eventually it was revealed that Kim Philby himself was feeding the Soviets this information. So that intervention in Albania is a failure due to the mole in British intelligence. All right. 1949 is not a good year for us. It is just not a good year. Even though we were pursuing this policy of containment and we were trying to keep communism from spreading any further, The Chinese Civil War, which we thought was pretty much over, but which kind of started up again after World War II was over, because they had all of the various warlords, including some communist ones like Mao Zedong, had kind of called a truce during the war, and they'd all worked together under Chiang Kai-shek to fight the Japanese. But now that the Japanese were kicked out, the Civil War picked back up again. And of course, Mao, who was up here in this northern area, Manchuria, which had been liberated from Japanese control by the Red Army, had the benefit of, Red Army support. But he also had kind of like gotten the people on his side by promising things like land reform, where he's like, I'll take land away from rich people and I'll cut it up into little farms, and I'll give every one of you your own little farm, which of course later would turn out to be a promise that he would break. But the poor people kind of joined in on his side, and eventually by 1949 it was obvious that Chiang Kai-shek had lost the Chinese Civil War, and he was forced to flee mainland China for the island of Taiwan. So this is why Taiwan is so important. This is why, we've been talking about it in current events, but this is why it's such a big deal. And essentially, we make all these Cold War treaties with Taiwan. We're like, if they ever so much as think about touching you, we'll blast them into smithereens. And we had the bomb and they didn't. And, and so Mao had to leave Taiwan alone, but he got control of all of mainland China, including the independent country of Tibet, which had been kind of like way up there in the Himalayas, and, was independent from both China and India. And as Tibet was overrun, the Dalai Lama, who was a child, he's like they believe that the Dalai Lama keeps getting reincarnated. And at this time, the 14th Dalai Lama, who's still alive today, he's old, got glasses, bald haired, and his name is Tenzin Gyatso, and he was forced to flee. And then, of course, later the Dalai Lama becomes like the big, promoter of freeing Tibet. So if you want to make the Chinese mad at you, you invite the Dalai Lama over and have, friendly relationship with him. So, but anyway, China is lost to the communist side. And of course, that's a huge failure of the policy of containment. Like we people are like, we thought you had this under control, and we're like, well, we were giving equipment to Chiang Kai-shek. We didn't realize he was in that bad of trouble, and and so it was just like, everybody was just mad at Truman for letting that happen over in Asia. And then, to make matters even worse, the Soviets make the mushroom cloud. Yes. In 1949, they detonate their first nuclear bomb. And of course, this is how you join the nuclear club. We talked about this at the beginning of the year. And it puts you at a whole nother level of power, of world power, compared to the other countries in the world. And so when they make the mushroom cloud, obviously they had acquired the technical know-how, and what made this even more painful for us was they stole the know-how from us. And I have a book here that's would be notable. But anyway, there was a British a guy who we had gotten from Britain. He was a scientist named Klaus Fuchs, who was feeding information. He was at Los Alamos National Laboratories. He was feeding information to David Greenglass. And so the FBI got David Greenglass, and David Greenglass knew that we were like looking for someone to crucify. And he's like, look, I'm just a low-level guy in the spy ring run by my sister and her husband. And so he basically gives the FBI his sister and her husband, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, to save his own life. And they are put on trial in a very kind of unfair trial, and convicted of espionage and sentenced to death. And then they're executed. So the Rosenberg trial, that's a whole kind of rabbit hole we could go down, but we just don't have time. But it turns out actually that the Rosenbergs were not the most critical factor. I'm going to grab this book real quick. So if you're looking at the video screen, you can see this book right here. This book came out in, let's see here, what year was this again? 1997. Okay, because I remember this when this came out. And apparently the guy who had given the real information, that really the most critical technical know-how, was this guy over here, Theodore Hall, who was like a prodigy. He was like, you know, one of those people who went to, you know, MIT as like a really young man, and, you know, like just had always been like this super smart prodigy. And he wasn't getting any money, which is why they never caught him or anything. He just personally believed that a world where only one country had the bomb was just too unstable of a world, that it needed to be in the hands of other countries so everybody would be afraid to use it. And so he gave the most critical technical know-how to the actual KGB Papa spy in America, the guy who actually kind of was their station chief in the United States, whose real name was William Fisher, but who went by the alias Colonel Rudolph Abel, and who would later get caught by the FBI because they had these like fake quarters that you could screw together, and they would hide like microdots inside of them, which had like sensitive documents and information in them. And so he had people working with him and they traced one of these quarters back to him and arrested him, not realizing that he was actually the top KGB spy in America, and that he had run the most successful Los Alamos spy of all time, Ted Hall, who, when he wrote this book, by the way, he was in Britain. And so, you know, where everybody was like, but he was in Britain, so they couldn't do anything to him. But that's how the Soviets get the bomb. So that changes everything, because now we've got to find a way to stay ahead of them, because they have the Red Army and the bomb. And of course, our army is nothing to sneeze at, but, you know, we needed to make sure that we still had that technological edge that we had always had. So that takes us into the 1950s. Right off the bat, President Truman authorizes a plan to make a much more powerful bomb, called the hydrogen bomb, which uses a fission bomb like the ones that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki as a trigger. That's how big these bombs are. So I have a little thing which I do in class, but we probably won't have time. We probably won't get to it. So there's a really cool little website called Nuke Map that you can go to, and essentially you can nuke any city in the world. You know, obviously, you know, this is virtually with various types of bombs. So this is New York City. And people always want me to nuke Nashville instead. I should probably just do that instead. I'll do Nashville because that's a little more familiar to us. Okay, so hit go. All right, so here is Nashville. And you can pick the kind of bomb that you want to drop on a city just to see what the blast radius is, etc. And so we're going to go with the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima, Little Boy, as it was called. And so here is the Hiroshima bomb, the amount of damage it would do if it were dropped on Nashville. Detonate it. And so you can see that everything inside of 440 is pretty much wiped out. Okay, that's a lot of damage. It's a, you know, it's a lot of destruction. Now I'm going to drop the biggest hydrogen bomb ever developed on, and this is Tsar Bomba, okay, which is the biggest one. There's the biggest one ever tested, but then there's the biggest one ever designed, which was never tested, the 100 megaton version of Tsar Bomba. So I'm going to drop that one just for contrast, okay, on Nashville, and you get to see the destruction, the blast radius, the fire radius, etc. And so here it is, literally most of like the state of Tennessee. It goes all the way down as far as like Lewisburg and beyond, and up above the border into Kentucky. Like that is an enormous blast radius and fire radius, etc. And so the destructive power of these bombs is awesome, because what the bomb is doing, and I know if Ethan and I were discussing this, he would know the science quite well, but what the bomb is doing is it is taking hydrogen and it is basically smushing it together to form helium, which is what our sun does on a regular basis. That's basically what causes the sun to burn, is fusion rather than fission. So fission is where you split heavy atoms apart, like uranium and plutonium. Fusion is where you squeeze them together. So a fission bomb then basically creates the power needed to squeeze this hydrogen together. And really, there's no upper limit on how big these bombs can be, because all you have to do is just add more hydrogen. If you want, the bigger you want the bomb to be, then you just keep adding more hydrogen. And so you can see my little chart here with a tiny little dot there that was the size of the Hiroshima explosion versus these gigantic, circles, which are the size of the hydrogen bomb explosions. And so, this changes everything. And of course, this is going to create a brand new a brand new, atomic age, so to speak, as both sides are going to kind of race. And of course, the Soviets will eventually get their own version of this under Sakharov. And they will start, detonating hydrogen bombs too. So then it's just a matter of who has the bigger one. And it's just kind of like how, I don't know if you ever saw those old cartoons where Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam were in opposite castles, and they just kept on bringing out bigger and bigger cannons and just trying to, intimidate each other with the bigger and bigger weapons. That's pretty much what we're doing with the Soviet Union, is we just keep on building bigger ones so we can kind of intimidate them, and deter them from wanting to strike us. It's called deterrence. And so just to give you an idea of how unbelievably powerful these things are, I am going to play you just a clip of, this is from really far away. Like this is like way out on the horizon where this bomb is dropped, and it detonates above the surface. But you're going to get to see, this is way out in the Arctic, on an island up in the Arctic Ocean, where Tsar Bomba, the 50 megaton one, is detonated, and you're going to get to see the awesome destructive power of these things. So here it is. There's the flash of that. God help us if one of these is ever dropped on a populated area. Just the amount of carnage, the amount of destruction is just, it's beyond words. So let's just hope that it never happens, because these are horrible, terrible weapons. The Cold War goes into a whole new age as we both start lighting these things off. We light them off over little islands in the Pacific that we had gotten control over after. They're called atolls, which is just like the tip of a mountain, undersea mountain sticking up. They're just tiny little islands. And then they light them off up in Siberia. So we can all see each other's explosions and kind of get scared of what the other guy can do. And of course, some of the people who had worked on the original atomic bomb project came out and opposed this. They're like, this is too much power. Scientists, they condemned Edward Teller, the lead scientist, and Stanislaw Ulam, who was like the guy who really was critical in getting it to work. criticized them heavily for giving the military this kind of power. And Dr. Robert Oppenheimer was pilloried by, the HUAC committee and the whole Red Scare thing for criticizing the hydrogen bomb program. But it was a scary time, and of course, people thought about the possibility that there would be nuclear war all the time, and you did drills in school, civil defense drills, where you had to get under your desk in case a nuclear bomb went off and the building collapsed and stuff like that. So people were building fallout shelters in their yards. And so this, of course, is the beginning of what we call the arms race, which is actually kind of the brainchild of Paul Nitze, who was the chair of the National Security Council study group and who wrote NSC 68 with the help of our Secretary of State under Truman, Dean Acheson, and the ambassador to the USSR at the time, Charles Bolin. And that basically said that instead of pursuing containment, which obviously wasn't working too well, considering what happened with China, that the United States should ramp up military spending and build up its nuclear arsenal as a way to deter the Soviet Union from wanting to start a war with us, because they would be looking at our nuclear arsenal and be like, my God, there's no way. And of course, that sparked an arms race, because once Andrei Sakharov, you see him pictured right here, is able to successfully create a hydrogen bomb for the Soviets, then we both just keep creating bigger and bigger bombs and lighting them off through the 50s up into the early 60s until we get to the Test Ban Treaty, and just to scare the hell out of each other and to deter each other and show our strength and our power as superpowers. And of course, then we developed missiles, intercontinental missiles, missiles that would go up into space. So those Nazi scientists that we had scooped up under Operation Paperclip at the end of World War II helped us build these rockets. And of course, those will be used to explore space, but they'll also be used to put warheads on. And then, so we get ICBMs, then they get ICBMs. Then all you have to do is press a button, and then the missiles will go out into space and come down on the other side of the world and blow everything up. And then we create MIRVs, multiple independent re-entry vehicles. So you could have our 6 or 7 warheads on one missile, and each one of them could be a hydrogen bomb. And then they create MIRVs. And so we just keep building. And then now the most recent thing is hypersonic missiles, which don't have to go into outer space, but can just kind of zip through the atmosphere and go around defenses and stuff. And so, the destructive power that we have as a result of this is just, it could wreck the entire planet's ecosystem. So that, of course, is what makes the 1950s such a scary time. And I wish we had time to get into movies where Hollywood kind of tries to deal with this, like Dr. Strangelove, where he's like, how I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb, where people just kind of gave in to the fatalistic, oh well, we're just gonna kill each other. But they kind of parody it a little bit and try to get people to realize that, hey, this is just not wise. It's just like the militarism right before World War I. It's just not smart, because eventually, you're going to build your military up to the point where you think you're invincible and you'll use it. And of course, you'll start a world war. All right. So in the 1950s, the technology for sending pictures over radio waves, by the way, had been around since the 20s and 30s. We already talked about William Stevenson making his fortune off of that. But the receiver sets had been too expensive. And so by the 1950s, using cathode ray tubes, they had been able to make relatively cheap receiver sets, which became the first televisions. And so television became the new form of mass media. And now not only could you hear people, but you could see them as they did things over the airwaves. And so a lot of the radio shows, which had been around for some time, transitioned over to becoming television shows. And so Milton Berle's Texaco Star Theater, Amos and Andy, the Jack Benny Show, and the Burns and Allen Show all were transitioned from radio to television. Film stars also transitioned over, like Abbott and Costello. And then new shows began to appear, like The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, The Honeymooners, and The Lucille Ball Show, which of course I wish, again, we had time to go into all that, but again, we're trying to hit the highlights and move along here. So the medium of television allowed Congress to televise their hearings. And of course, this allowed an ambitious senator from Tennessee, Estes Kefauver, to televise his hearings where he went after the mafia. And so you may remember Frank Costello. Well, he was now a very high-ranking member of the mafia. And Frank Costello, among other top mobsters, was brought in, hauled in before the Kefauver Committee on Organized Crime, and was asked all these questions about the mob's, activities and their organization. And of course, Kefauver was doing this because he wanted to run for president. But the testimony of these various mobsters actually helped bring down a bunch of politicians that they were bribing, including the governor of New Jersey, the mayor of New York City, and the Democratic majority leader in Senate. But of course, the mafia was too slick, too well organized to be prosecuted. So of course, Congress had to write new laws like the RICO laws in order to try to prosecute them for their various activities. But the Kefauver laws, or I'm sorry, the Kefauver hearings on organized crime really kind of electrified the country. And it was funny, Costello did not want his face on camera, so they would aim the camera at his fingers or at his hands, and so you just see these hands kind of tapping on the desk as he was talking. But the guy who really is going to take television and politics to a whole new level is the other side of the Red Scare, which is the Senate side, because we already talked about the HUAC committee in the House. But Senator Joseph McCarthy, kind of this populist guy who kind of has a knack for getting people all riled up and fired up. He's a Republican senator from Wisconsin, made a speech in Wheeling, Wisconsin to it was like a Republican women's club or something like that. It was supposed to be a boilerplate speech, nothing special. And he says, "I have here in my hand a list of over 200 members of the Communist Party of America who have jobs in the United States government." And of course, people are like, "You have a list? You have people? Who are they? Who's on the list?" And so, of course, he's like, all in due course. And of course, then he starts to hold hearings. And of course, as time goes by, those hearings will end up on television. And so there's this era where he kind of has this power to destroy any politician just about, by hauling them before his committee, or any person really in America. They could be in the entertainment industry, wherever. And for a while, from like 1950 to about 1954, McCarthyism just has the country in its grip. And Joseph McCarthy is almost like one of the most powerful men in America, because he is on this communist witch hunt, which many people say was based on very flimsy evidence. And he literally had the power to destroy anybody because people were so afraid. And of course, with all the new weapons being developed and the Soviets getting the bomb and China falling to communism, I mean, it's understandable why people were afraid and thought World War III was just around the corner. So that fear gives McCarthy all this power. And of course, he abuses the heck out of it. So here is a little bit on McCarthy, just to give you an idea of what he is like.
The faculty of one university is one communist too many. And even if there are only one communist in the State Department, that would still be one communist too many.
You are, of course, one of the most controversial figures we've had in the Senate in a long time. And you have the distinction of having coined a new word for the dictionary, namely McCarthyism. Now, how do you define McCarthyism, sir?
Frankly, McCarthyism means calling a man a communist who is later proven to be one.
Well, I remember the McCarthy period when I was in college. That's when it started, and the McCarthyism was so powerful, and it affected everything because the Korean War was going on.
I think he was sort of a populist politician who latched onto an issue and found it ran away with him.
All right. So, of course, we're going to be talking about that next. And so, Joseph McCarthy, you know, ended up, you know, getting people blacklisted, and then, you know, Congress would pass some anti, you know, communist legislation, and then Truman would veto it. So he and Truman were at odds with each other. But one thing which was basically kind of passed anyway was the McCarran Internal Security Act of 1950. Sponsored by Senator Pat McCarran of Nevada, who was one of McCarthy's big allies. And it basically required communist organizations to register and to publish membership lists. And if you were suspected of being a communist, you were called a Red. And the phrase at the time was better dead than red. Because nobody wanted to be considered an actual communist. Like, that was it. Your life was over. You'd never get a job. Everybody would shun you. You know, you'd probably end up in prison. But people who were not communist, but kind of just soft on communism, kind of sympathetic in some ways, were called pinkos. And so, you know, and if you, I'm sure you've heard, like, you know, the phrase pinko commie, you know, bleepity bleep, you know, whatever. And so this act actually worked hand in hand with another act called the Smith Act of 1940, which had actually been passed to protect the country from the influence of Nazism prior to World War II. And the Smith Act punished offenders for willfully advocating the overthrow of the government, which is something that, again, is protected by the First Amendment. And for membership in a group that advocated such action, you know, and communist would be considered one of those groups. The Smith Act was overturned in Yates v. United States in 1957, where the court basically held that radical revolutionary communist speech was, you know, okay, as long as it didn't present a, quote, clear and present danger to the United States, kind of following along the lines of the Schenck decision from World War I. And then the McCarran Act was actually partially invalidated by the court later in Albertson v. Subversive Activities Control Board in 1965. So again, this is one of those more controversial laws because it's, you know, when you force an organization to publish its membership list, that's a violation of freedom of assembly, you know, et cetera. And so, you know, obviously it's kind of running up against some First Amendment freedoms there. Now, we haven't talked really at all yet about the history of kind of the homosexual movement in this country. But that really starts here in the 1950s with something known as the Lavender Scare. And this was an anti-homosexual witch hunt that kind of went on during the Red Scare. So while the Red Scare was happening, they were also going after people who were homosexual because they were considered to be, you know, open to communist influence. Kind of, they were all lumped together. Senator McCarthy and his special counsel that he hired, Roy Cohn, who really was controversial in a lot of ways, along with the director of the FBI, who's still around, J. Edgar Hoover, saw homosexuals as security risks because, of course, you know, that could be used as a way to force them, you know, we'll reveal, you know, what you are if you don't do X, Y, and Z for us. It was a way for communists to kind of leverage them. And actually, at the time, it was considered a mental disorder by the American Psychiatric Association, and as well as immoral by you know, church-based groups. And so President Eisenhower would later ban people who were gay from working for the federal government with Executive Order 1040-450. And then that would actually lead to the firing of an astronomer named Frank Kameny, who, along with activist Harry Hay, would go on to form an early gay rights group, but it met in secret, called the Mattachine Society. So this is where we kind of get into the history of the gay rights movement, but it's still very underground, because of kind of the obvious social, consequences of people, shunning people and treating them badly. So that was the Lavender Scare. And while McCarthy is kind of got the country in this grip, this fear of communist, uprising, the Korean War erupts. And on June 25th, 1950, North Korea, which had been liberated by Russia from Japanese control, and there had been an agreement at the end of the war where the Russians would help occupy that part of Korea until it got its freedom, and then the Americans would occupy the southern part. So of course there was a communist revolution in the northern part under Kim Il Sung, and the same kind of thing that happened over in Europe. And essentially, Stalin, hoping to kind of complete the blitz of Asia, of East Asia, that he was engaged in, just told the dictator there, the puppet dictator, just attack South Korea. And South Korea was caught completely off guard. And so they are their capital city, Seoul, is taken, and their forces are pushed all the way down to a little pocket around the city of Busan, right here where my pointer is. And this time Truman is like, okay, I'm not going to let it happen again. I let China fall to communism, but I'm not going to let it happen again with Korea. So he brings in General Douglas MacArthur, who, at the end of Packet 3, discussed him, being put in charge of the kind of like the occupation of Japan, and turning that country into like a functioning capitalist democracy. But General MacArthur is called into service to fight the North Koreans, and the United Nations is brought in as well, and there is a multinational force that is brought in to kind of because Russia didn't vote, and so they just were able to kind of bypass their veto on the Security Council. And so there's a multinational force that goes in under the leadership of the Americans, who supply the vast majority of the troops. And so this is where the Allied forces were trying to break out of, and they couldn't break out. The perimeter was very kind of well, they were boxed in pretty well. And so General MacArthur basically does this amazing maneuver where he does an amphibious assault kind of behind enemy lines at the port of Incheon, which was the port for Seoul. And it's successful. The Allied forces get a beachhead, and then they start going across the peninsula. And of course, all the North Korean forces that are in the southern part of the peninsula would be trapped if American forces are able to go all the way across the peninsula and cut them off. And so they have to beat a very hasty retreat up the peninsula and get north of American forces before they, continue their push across the peninsula. And that retreat is then turned into a rout as American forces keep on pressing the attack and push the North Koreans all the way up to the border with China, the Yalu River. And so it looks like the entire Korean peninsula has been liberated. I mean, you bring in MacArthur and boom, he wins. And it looks like the Korean War is over. But Stalin isn't about to let Korea go that easily. And so he orders his other communist puppet dictator in East Asia, Mao Zedong, to send in Chinese troops. And so American forces, this is in the middle of winter, get surprised in the winter of 1950-51 as communist forces from China pour across the border. And we're talking China has a humongous army and can supply endless numbers of troops. And so our forces are overwhelmed and pushed all the way back down below the 38th parallel. And the capital city of Seoul is taken by the communists. And in the midst of this, one of the great battles of the Korean War is fought as some American Marines are surrounded in the middle of freezing cold temperatures on the surface of a frozen reservoir. So this is the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir. The Marines who were there are known as the Chosen Few. And they're completely surrounded by Chinese forces who are attacking them on all sides. And so these Marines under Chesty Puller don't just surrender, they continue fighting. And when American forces hear about them trying to get out of their predicament, get to the shoreline so they can be picked up by American warships, they send in planes, and the planes basically just napalm a whole bunch of North Korean soldiers and Chinese soldiers, and just clear a path for our guys, but who are getting ambushed and attacked on all sides. And they're able to make it out. But they lose 2,500 Marines as they do make it out. They're 30,000 troops. And they're taking the dead bodies and they're strapping them to tanks, so no Marine is left behind. But as they retreat to join American lines, they are able to make it out because of the airstrikes. And at this point, with China just being able to send in endless numbers of troops, there's a policy disagreement between Truman and MacArthur on how to proceed in this war. MacArthur is a general and he wins wars. And so, when he has a weapon and he can use it, he'll use it. And of course, the weapon that is in question here is the atomic bomb. And what Truman was essentially afraid of, and what MacArthur was advocating, was dropping a nuclear bomb on either Chinese forces in the Korean Peninsula or on Beijing itself, but using the weapons that we have, so our soldiers aren't facing this endless supply of Chinese troops. And Truman, of course, is like, if you nuke China, Russia's not going to let China go. Like they're just not going to let it happen. Like the Red Army will move in if they have to. You'll start World War III. And so this is where the first proxy war between the United States and the Soviet Union, which is being fought inside of Korea, is in danger of spilling outside of the Korean Peninsula and becoming a much larger war. And so President Truman is faced with a very tough choice. And so I'm going to play this little newsreel here, which gives you a picture of what happened.
In his distinguished army career, General MacArthur has known defeat as well as victory. In the Philippines, he came back. From the Japanese, he finally accepted surrender. His Wake Island meeting with President Truman ended with a declaration. Now he is stripped of his commands, and the president says why.
What would suit the ambitions of the Kremlin better than for our military forces to be committed to a full-scale war with Red China? It may well be that in spite of our best efforts, the communists may spread the war. But it would be wrong, tragically wrong, for us to take the initiative in extending the war. I've thought long and hard about this question of extending the war in Asia. I've discussed it many times with the ablest military advisors in the country. I believe with all my heart that the course we are following is the best course. A number of events have made it evident that General MacArthur did not agree with that policy. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur so that there would be no doubt or confusion as to the real purpose and aim of our policy. It was with the deepest personal regret that I found myself compelled to take this action. General MacArthur is one of our greatest military commanders, but the cause of world peace is much more important than any individual.
Okay, so and this is a really tough decision in so many ways for Truman, because he is committing political suicide. I mean, because McCarthy is in charge of like American political life. We're in the middle of the Red Scare. It's the Korean War. Everybody feels like it could become World War III. We're fighting, the communists in Korea, and nuclear weapons are on the table, so to speak. And when he does this, he knows McCarthy is going to go after him. So he knows he's basically going to become politically radioactive. But as president, he feels like it is his job to do what's best for the country, in spite of whatever it may entail for his personal political career. And so he fires General MacArthur to prevent him, because General MacArthur was trying to go around him, trying to he was advocating a completely different policy. And he's like, we can't have the commander in chief, the president, advocating one policy and the top general advocating another. There's we have to have agreement. And so when and then MacArthur comes and addresses Congress. But General Ridgway is given command of U.S. forces in Korea, and he is told, keep the war in Korea. So you're just going to have to fight this endless battle against these Chinese troops, which is going to go on for years and years as we try to get back up to where the border is supposed to be, back to the 38th parallel, regain the capital city of Seoul. So a lot of American lives are going to be lost in that process. But when you look back at it, I mean, Truman didn't have a lot of choice here. If he let MacArthur have his way, if he let MacArthur kind of push things in the direction he wanted to push them, things could have easily slid out of control, and we could have ended up in World War III. So the Korean War, our first proxy war, comes dangerously close to becoming much, much bigger. The Korean War just becomes this endless bloody stalemate where we just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And I'm just going to kind of jump ahead a little bit and tell you how this will end up, and I think I have a slide on the armistice when we get to it, but the fighting will go on for 2 more years. And in that 2 years, we will push the North Koreans and the Chinese up to the 38th parallel. We'll regain the capital city of Seoul, which is right there. And essentially, at that point, there'll be some new leaders in office, and they'll negotiate an armistice, which we'll talk about at Panmunjom when we get to it. But that'll establish the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, which will finally bring in it's where we agree to stop shooting at each other, but we don't actually have a treaty that ends the war. So technically the Korean War has never ended. It's just been in ceasefire mode for a really long time. The DMZ, we still have troops there. North Korea still has troops there. It is one of the most heavily guarded borders in the world. Barbed wire, fences, mines, etc., snipers, all that good stuff. So that is the bloody stalemate that will go on for 2 more years before there'll finally be a peace agreement. All right. In the campaign of 1952, notice how the Democrats don't run Truman. They drop him in favor of the governor of Illinois, Adlai Stevenson, who, in kind of reminiscent of Wendell Willkie back in 1940, is just this incredibly charming and funny personality, and is just always getting people to laugh. Like, he just has these great one-liners. And so he is a gifted politician, really, in many ways. And he could turn Republican slogans on their head, like a, in the just kind of in the middle of something, you just think of it. And took advantage of TV advertising. And so, the Democrats saw him as their way forward after Truman had kind of like made them look weak, in his decision to fire MacArthur. The Republicans were looking for someone who could give people that sense of safety and strength that they felt like people needed and wanted. And so they convinced since it's always a good political strategy to run a general. And so they convinced the commander of NATO, the guy who had been our victorious general in Europe since MacArthur was no longer politically viable, Dwight D. Eisenhower, to run. And Eisenhower was seen as kind of a moderate to a certain extent. So they wanted someone on there that could please the McCarthy wing of the party. And so they added the red baiting Congressman Richard Nixon from the HUAC hearings to the ticket as the VP candidate. And Nixon was accused of corruption because he had accepted a gift for his like a dog for his daughter named Checkers, and he gave a speech where he's like, I've worked for everything I've gotten, and I've earned every penny I got, so to speak. That kind of just is me imitating him a little bit, and he was able to kind of make that scandal go away. But Eisenhower never really liked Nixon. And in the election in 1952, you can see here that that fear that people were feeling, and that kind of the grip that McCarthyism had over the country really kind of pushed the country in a Republican direction. The Democrats were dealing with fallout from Truman's decision to fire MacArthur, and it is a resounding landslide victory for Eisenhower, who comes into office as our 34th president. And Eisenhower basically was kind of a moderate optimist, is the best way to kind of like characterize him. During World War II, he had really powerful personalities who did not get along with each other, like General Patton and General Montgomery, and of the British, and he had been able to get them to all get along and work together. They called him the Great Negotiator, and to his credit, he will reach across the aisle all the time as president and work with the Democrats to get a lot of things done on a bipartisan basis. He did not like McCarthy. Even though McCarthyism had helped get him elected, and actually voiced his disapproval of Senator McCarthy on a number of occasions. And he did kind of authorize the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, which Truman had kind of had in the works, and that became a new cabinet level department. We're going to talk about the interstate highway system in a minute here, but he was also able to reach across the aisle and promote things like the soil bank program, which paid farmers to retire land for farming for 10 years in order to reduce the massive crop surpluses that we were now producing with our farm machinery. As American farmers were just, producing at kind of World War II levels and flooding the market with cheap grain, which was driving down prices to the point where nobody could pay their bills. So that idea that was part of Truman's fair deal was actually enacted under Eisenhower. So, but Eisenhower is moderate when it comes to social issues at home and domestic issues, but when it comes to the Cold War, he is one of the biggest hardliners out of all the presidents that we'll discuss, and he really pushes the Cold War. like aggressively. And in some of his decisions we'll look at and kind of wonder if those were the best decisions that he could have made. But this is one of those decisions right here. In 1951, the prime minister of the legislature in Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, decided that American and British oil companies shouldn't just be like taking all of Iran's oil out of the ground and selling it around the world. That oil belonged to Iran, and Iran should have it. And so he nationalized the oil rigs and basically said, American and British companies, you're out. Of course, he's kind of a leftist. So the CIA and MI6 immediately are like on him. They're like, oh, this guy's bad news, da 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 da. And so they're like, what if we brought in the Shah, who's kind of like a constitutional monarch, who had been kind of like upset that he didn't get his way and kind of had a conflict with the Majils and kind of had retreated from public life for a little bit. What if we brought him back as kind of like in a popular kind of coup against the legislature, against the Mossadegh and the Majils legislature? And so under Station Chief Kermit Roosevelt, who is a relative of that great family that produced, Theodore and Franklin, the coup in Iran, known as Operation Ajax, goes forward, and in a CIA engineered popular uprising against Mossadegh, Mossadegh is arrested. The Shah is brought in as this new dictator, and the CIA is like, here's this list. These are all the leftists in your country. We're going to train your secret police for you. We want you to arrest these people and disappear them, which means kill them. And so Savak, which was the secret police force for the Iranians, became very ruthless and was like, basically, they did the CIA's dirty work for them. They didn't have to go in and take out these leftists in Iran because the Savak would do it for them. And of course, the Shah ruled with an iron fist, which again is going to come back to bite both him and the CIA later. But if you look at the map here, you'll notice that because Turkey and Iran are both on our side, they kind of form this wall that keeps the Soviet Union out of the Middle East. And so it kind of blocks them geographically from having easy access to the other countries in the Middle East. And that, of course, was, part of our plan. As this is another one of those chapters in intelligence history that the government could probably wishes it could erase. But as American POWs were being recovered from Korea, the CIA was marveling at how they had been completely brainwashed, like to the point where they were like they were claiming they hated America, and they would get on film and they would throw things at the camera and denounce the United States and say it was this horrible place. And when they came back, they still were like totally brainwashed into supporting North Korea and hating the United States. And so the military became interested in this whole mind control, brainwashing kind of thing, and established its own program through the CIA to try to see if we could do that to people, called MK Ultra. And of course, so the director of the CIA, Alan Dulles, is the one who authorizes this, and they do all kinds of terrible things to people. They do sensory deprivation, in tanks with water, and brainwashing, kind of your traditional brainwashing activities, and LSD and torture and just all kinds of horrible stuff. And so the guy who kind of is the infamous doctor who runs this program, is Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the Black Sorcerer, as they called him. And he and Dr. Ewan Cameron, or Dr. Frankenstein, as he was called, and Dr. Harold Isbell did terrible experiments on people, some of whom were unsuspecting for decades. They would run brothels where they would basically dose the Johns who came into the brothels with LSD and stuff. And it's just, there's a whole little rabbit hole that we could go down, but we just don't have time for it. But that is Project MK Ultra, which was supposed to produce these Manchurian candidate kind of people who would be programmed to do something, and then they would do it, like they'd be almost like hypnotized into doing it, and then they'd like snap out of it, and they'd be like, well, what, I don't even remember what just happened, or whatever. So that was one of the rather uglier things that the CIA did, among many things that it will end up doing. But in 1953, Stalin finally dies after putting his country through absolute hell for, a good 20 years. And he really had left no plan for like how power was going to be transferred to who. There was no successor, because he was suspicious of anybody who was a successor would be immediately suspected of plotting against him and be executed. And so there was this power struggle between his top lieutenants when he died, and Gregory Malenkov became the new Soviet premier, but that didn't last long. Lavrenti Beria, the head of the KGB, tried to take over, but the other members of the KGB, basically led by the secretary of the Communist Party, Nikita Khrushchev, ousted him and had him killed. And in by the end of 1953, Khrushchev had become kind of the locus of power, and he eventually became the new premier. So he becomes Stalin's successor, and he's not the paranoid maniac that Stalin is. And so he essentially says, okay, well, Stalin actually committed terrible crimes against the Russian people, and so he gives this secret speech where he denounces Stalin's crimes, and he actually will speak of possibly living in peaceful coexistence with the U.S., but then later will change it and want to be really aggressive towards the U.S. And so he's nicer to people at home. So sending people to the gulag still happens, but not near as much. Like, you're not sent for the stupid little things that people were sent to the gulags for before. So Khrushchev is a little gentler, I guess you could say, than Stalin, a little more reasonable, but still, hell bent on making the Soviet Union win the Cold War. So with two new leaders, like I was mentioning earlier, in office, Eisenhower and Khrushchev, both of whom are pretty reasonable people. There's a convention we're going to talk about it called the Geneva Accords, and we agree to a ceasefire in the Korean Peninsula. And there is no peace treaty that is because the North Koreans kept balking at any treaty. But essentially, that armistice, that ceasefire, becomes the end of the Korean War. But technically, since there is no treaty, there is no technical end to the war. So it has continued all the way up until the present day, and it could reignite at any time. And of course, whenever Kim Jong-un starts launching missiles into the Sea of Japan, everybody starts thinking, oh, it's going to be reignited again. But we've got a bunch of troops stationed in South Korea, and the war that had been fought had a terrible cost. 474,000 UN casualties and 1.6 million communist casualties, where millions and millions of Korean civilians were killed as well. The 38th parallel creates a small buffer zone where there's landmines, and it's kind of a no man's land between the two Koreas, and of course, it's still the most heavily guarded border in the world, the DMZ, as it's called, the Demilitarized Zone. So that is the armistice that brings an end to the shooting in the Korean War. And of course, this is part of a larger agreement on the part of the the communist and capitalist, / democratic regimes to kind of like put an end to some long-running conflicts. So, like we talked about, Korea kind of is there's no shooting there anymore in the Korean Peninsula, and the first Indochina War, which had been going on this entire time, has a disastrous battle for the French at Dien Bien Phu, where Vietnamese forces surround them out in the jungle and force an entire French army to surrender. And at this point, the French finally give up on their dream of reconquering Indochina, and the first Indochina War comes to an end. And Ho Chi Minh, at first, was going to be acclaimed the leader because he had been the hero of the people who had fought the French. But at the Geneva Accords, we agree with the Soviets that instead we're going to temporarily split. Well, actually, what they do is they split Indochina into three countries. They split it into Vietnam, which is, you can see both halves of it right here, Laos right there, and Cambodia based on ethnicity. So those become three independent countries. But the country of Vietnam was going to be under the control of Ho Chi Minh until we objected and said, hey, wait a minute, let's split it like we split Korea temporarily until they can have a national election. And Khrushchev was like, sure, no problem. And I always ask this question, I'm like, why would he agree to that? Why would he agree to a democratic election? And of course, the answer is because he knew that Ho Chi Minh was going to win, and it was just going to legitimize communism in Southeast Asia. But of course, we were hoping somehow that we could, keep communism from spreading in Southeast Asia, because of course, we were trying to still contain the spread of communism. And so, the country is temporarily split on the 17th parallel. It's 1954. By 1956, they're supposed to have this national election. So in the meantime, we've got a little time to figure out what we want to do. Eisenhower also proposes an atoms for peace reduction in arms and the arms race, trying to slow down the arms race, and an open skies treaty, which would allow countries to freely fly in each other's airspace. And that was, both of those proposals were rejected. All right. McCarthy's reign of terror finally comes to an end due to two big things. The first one is a brave journalist by the name of Edward R. Murrow, who decides to just risk his show and his career to go after McCarthy. And then the second is a confrontation that McCarthy has during some hearings with the military with a lawyer named Joseph Welch. So I'm going to play you the trailer for the movie Good Night and Good Luck. And then we'll look at Joseph Welch's rebuttal of McCarthy. So here is Edward R. Murrow and company. This is a George Clooney movie here that came out in 2005. So here it is.
Let me see this.
It's a loyalty oath to America.
Are you now or have you ever
I thought it was a joke at first. Moreau signed it.
Mueller signed it? If you don't sign this, are you and I a target?
If I don't sign it, they'll fire me. And seconds. Ready on camera then. Good evening.
Any man who protects communists is not fit to wear that uniform.
You can't convict people by rumor and hearsay and innuendo.
Are my children going to be asked who denounced me? Are they going to be judged on what their father was laboring? I see a chain reaction that has no end.
Charges were in a sealed envelope. Nobody saw them.
Wouldn't you guess that the people who have seen the contents of that envelope might have a better idea of what makes someone a danger to his country? Or do you think it should just be you that decides?
Who are the people? Are they elected? Are they appointed? Is it you?
I searched my conscience, and I can't find any justification for this.
Our next show is going to be about Senator McCarthy. We're going to go right at it.
We will not walk in fear one of another. This is no time for men who oppose Senator McCarthy's methods to keep silent.
Mr. Edward R. Murrow has made repeated attacks upon me and those fighting communists.
Somebody's going to go down.
They're going to get audited this year.
Not me.
McCarthy wants April 6th.
I will not be deterred.
He's going to come after me.
Do you understand the position you're putting us in?
Let's walk very carefully through these next few moments.
Why don't you just fire me, Bill? Go after Joe Kennedy. We'll pay for it.
Murrow is the symbol, the leader, and the cleverest of the jackal pack, engaged in propaganda for communist causes.
Okay, fellas, here we go. We might as well go down swinging.
We're going to go with the story, because the terror is right here in this room.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
We cannot defend freedom abroad by deserting it at home. Good night, and good luck.
So the news show that Edward R. Murrow had was called See It Now. And his famous sign-off line was "Good night and good luck." And so that's the name of the movie, which, by the way, if you ever get a chance to catch it on Netflix, it is amazing. It's a really good movie. He basically goes after McCarthy. Senator Margaret Chase Smith of Maine makes a speech where she criticizes McCarthy. And then in the Army McCarthy hearings, where he is going after communists in the military, one of the lawyers for the Army finally takes him down a notch, and that will lead to his downfall. So this is a little bit of that right here.
Early 1954, with his power at its peak, Senator McCarthy takes a gamble. Armed with the flimsiest of evidence, he takes on a respected institution, the U.S. Army. He claims it is infiltrated by communists, and that senior officers are turning a blind eye. The explosive charges trigger public hearings in the Senate. Live TV coverage provides millions of Americans with their first sustained look at the crusading senator and his bare-knuckle methods.
In this committee, activities may well determine whether this nation will live or die. I want to make it clear that the United States Army does not coddle communists. This committee knows that. The American people know that.
For over a month, McCarthy and his team exchanged fire with the Army's counsel. June 9th, 1954. A lawyer for the Army, Joseph Welch, demands that McCarthy's staff release its secret list of alleged Army subversives. McCarthy responds by dredging up a past link between a young lawyer in Welch's firm and the Communist Party.
I don't think you have any conception of the danger of the Communist Party.
After years of bullying his victims, McCarthy is smug and confident. But Welch counterattacks.
Until this moment, Senator, I think I never really gauged your cruelty or your recklessness. If it were in my power to forgive you for your reckless cruelty, I would do so. I like to think I'm a gentleman. But your forgiveness will have to come from someone other than me.
Millions of Americans watch.
He was just busy, isn't busy. Senator, today we not drop this. Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. Let's move down and down.
Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
McCarthy's gamble, taking on the army, backfires.
Mr. Welch here has
His charge.
That was the famous phrase right there. It was, have you no sense of decency? At long last, sir, have you no sense of decency? And that, of course, is what causes McCarthy to kind of fall out of favor, because it happens on national television and millions of people across the country see it. And so he kind of gets embarrassed by this lawyer. And then, of course, people who are sick and tired of him, they all kind of join in, and the Senate actually censures him. And then he kind of fades into obscurity, becomes an alcoholic, etc. And so that is the end of McCarthy's kind of reign of terror in 1954. That same NAACP lawyer who had defended the Black defendants in Columbia, Tennessee, in the Columbia race riot, is at it once again, this time in a bunch of cases from around the country that had been working their way through the court system, having to do with the separate but equal doctrine when it came to schools and education. And so 5 different cases were all going to be kind of put together under one case in what became known as Brown v. Board of Education. That was the case from Kansas, where a welder named Oliver Brown was representing the rights of his daughter Linda, who was in 3rd grade. And of course, there were other, cases from parts of the Deep South, et cetera, like Briggs v. Elliott in South Carolina. And as Thurgood Marshall was arguing these cases as they were combined before the court, he brought in, he did kind of a little psychological experiment. He said that this pervasive racism, especially when it came to the school system, where Black children saw that white kids always got better busing, better books, better teachers, better school buildings, better everything, even so separate but equal was never actually equal. And he does this little experiment where he brings in these children, and they're really young, and he has they're like girls, and he has a white doll and a black doll, like they're little baby dolls. And he says to these little black girls, he says, pick the good doll, and they always pick the white doll. And he kind of demonstrates this before the court. He had done it originally kind of on his own down in South Carolina, but he kind of talks about it before the court and says that even at a very young age, this unequal kind of situation, especially with schools, was doing severe psychological damage to these kids, which they would carry with them all of their lives and into being adults, where they thought there was something wrong with them, that there was something bad about them because they were Black. He overwhelmingly wins the support of the court, which votes in a unanimous 9-0 decision that, quote, we conclude that in the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. Separate educational facilities are inherently unequal. So Plessy v. Ferguson is overturned in education only. So don't, people often say Brown v. Board overturned Plessy v. Ferguson. It only overturns it when it comes to education, not anything else. But still, this is a huge victory for the NAACP. People have been telling Thurgood Marshall, remember what happened the last time we tried to go for it? The courts didn't agree with us. This is, you're going too fast. You're going to get us all screwed over again. And he becomes a big hero because of his, his courage in his skill in arguing this case. And of course, later, he would actually become the first Black Supreme Court justice to sit on the court. So Thurgood Marshall really builds a legacy here and has a huge, huge victory in the courts for the civil rights movement. All right. there are other CIA interventions in 1954, and one of them has to do with Guatemala, which is on our side of the world. And one of the nice things about, dealing with Asia and Europe and all of that is that communism was always on the other side of the world. It was always way far away from the Western Hemisphere. You didn't have to deal with it over here until in 1954, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, who, or as most people refer to him, Jacobo Arbenz, basically starts instituting land reform in Guatemala, which is where he's taking land away from rich people and giving it to poor people. Now, something that was seen as socialist slash communist. And when he takes land away from the United Fruit Company, which is this big American company that has giant, fruit plantations down in Central America, that's when the CIA starts to get really interested in him. And of course, all the United Fruit Company had to do was point and say, yeah, he's kind of a communist. And he did have some affiliation with some communist groups in his part in his country. And so the CIA, very much afraid that some communist might get might allow a foothold for Russia on our side of the world, initiates Operation PB Success under Tracy Barnes, and using our friendly dictator in neighboring Honduras as kind of a base of operations. I'm sorry, in neighboring Nicaragua, not Honduras, and Anastasio Somoza. We conduct a joint operation with the Nicaraguan military to basically oust Guzman from power. So he's democratically elected, but we're like, we don't care. Just like in Iran, we're just like, we don't care. He's a leftist, and so boom, he's out. And we basically have a army colonel, Carlos Castillo Armas, who takes over. And this guy, he rules with an iron fist. He does the death squads where they go around looking for leftists and executing them. And all we have to do is hand him a list and say, these people need to be gotten rid of. And he does it for us. And so Guatemala kind of suffers this terrible, coup against their democratically elected president, because the CIA does not want leftists in charge of countries on our side of the world. In 1954, General Joseph Swing of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, in partnership with the U.S. Border Patrol, decided to start returning Mexican migrant workers back to Mexico in something known as Operation Wetback. And in the first year of its implementation, hundreds of thousands of workers were being deported that had come into the country under the Bracero program. And so now that Americans were back and they were looking for work, Mexican workers were no longer welcome. And but as word had spread in Mexico of how much more money you could make working in the United States, many workers continued to immigrate into the country illegally. And US companies were actually kind of part of that because they wanted cheaper labor. And so they helped recruit these workers from places in Mexico and continue to urge them to illegally immigrate to the United States because they could take advantage of them and pay them way less, which was still more than they were making in Mexico. But President Eisenhower implemented a new foreign policy called the New Look foreign policy at this time. And he and his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, created this new policy, which basically was to maintain America's strategic military parity with the Soviet Union while also balancing the budget. So we were going to make sure we stayed, just ahead of them in the arms race, but also try to balance our budget at the same time. And in order to achieve this, Eisenhower shifted emphasis from maintaining enough conventional forces to counter the Soviets anywhere on the globe to this new philosophy of massive retaliation with America's nuclear arsenal. And of course, um, this would be, so like if there were like, some kind of conflict where NATO was involved, we wouldn't react with, you know, tanks and planes and ships. We would retaliate with nukes. So this policy is what we call brinksmanship, where you literally take the world up to the brink of nuclear war in order to stop the Soviets from doing things you don't want them to do. And so it's really risky, but at the same time, it was actually pretty effective at preventing, any breaches against, say for instance, West Berlin or anything like that. And I know we've been discussing this recently, and talking about China's recent aggressive rhetoric about Taiwan. But in the first Taiwan Strait crisis, the Chinese Communist Party began to occupy little islands in the middle of the Taiwan Strait, like Quemoy and Matsu, with 73,000 nationalist soldiers. He began making aggressive moves. So Chiang Kai-shek put a bunch of nationalist soldiers on those islands, and then he began to send his army to kind of bombard those islands and take them over. So we basically kind of step in at this point with our aircraft carriers, and we threaten Mao not just with attacks from our aircraft carriers, but also with massive nuclear retaliation, just like we were discussing with brinksmanship and the massive retaliation doctrine. And so this basically forced Mao to back down because the USSR did not reciprocate with their own threat on the United States. And so Taiwan was saved by the US from China. Now, of course, you notice how I have the word first there, because this isn't going to be the only Taiwan Straits crisis. There are actually 3 of them, but this is the first in the 1950s. Probably the most controversial decision that Eisenhower's ever going to make is his decision to rig an election in Vietnam. Okay, so in 1954, we had agreed that by 1956, there was going to be this national election in Vietnam. And of course, the Soviets agreed to it because they knew Ho Chi Minh was going to win. He was super popular. But we wanted to have somebody else win. And the guy who had temporarily been in charge of South Vietnam was the old French puppet dictator Bao Dai, but nobody liked him. So we began looking for somebody to kind of inspire the people like Ho Chi Minh, but who was on our side. And they were finally able to locate somebody by the name of Ngo Dinh Diem. Okay, and so Diem becomes our guy, and this is the guy that we want to kind of rule at least the southern half of Vietnam, so if not more. And so in 1955, Eisenhower and Dulles use that same propaganda guy, that PSYOPs guy, Edward Lansdale, to create a panic in Vietnam, where basically the rumor was being spread that Catholics, people who had converted to Catholicism and were seen as kind of, collaborators with the French to a certain extent by all of the Buddhists who hadn't done so, were told that that Ho Chi Minh was going to start slaughtering the Catholics. And so we brought ships up to North Vietnam and picked up a bunch of people, and we made sure the cameras were there, and we took them all down. And there was this huge mass migration of Vietnamese Catholics from North Vietnam to South Vietnam. And we're like, it's because they hate communism. Look at all those people fleeing communist North Vietnam. Communism sucks. And so then, of course, we have an election, quote unquote, but really it's rigged by the CIA, and because they want Diem to win. And Diem wins an early election in 1955 in the southern half of Vietnam, which was supposed to just be this temporary thing, but we make it into a permanent country with this election. And so in 1955, we create South Vietnam by intervening with the CIA and doing all of this. And of course, the justification that was given for this by Eisenhower and Dulles was the domino theory. And the domino theory was that if Vietnam fell to communism, then all the other countries of Southeast Asia, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, all the way over to India, we're all going to fall to communism. So we had to stop it when it was small. We have to stop it in Vietnam first. And of course, this is going to cause Ho Chi Minh to reactivate his old Viet Minh, fighters network. And they begin sabotaging Diem's government in South Vietnam, blowing up ammo dumps, assassinating his government officials, etc. And the Viet Minh guerrilla fighters make him so angry that he calls them the Viet Cong, which is kind of like, a derogatory name, where he's kind of like calling them the Viet Commies or something like that. And but they were also known as the NLF, the National Liberation Front. And so this is where we get the famous Viet Cong, the VC from the Vietnam War. But they're not fighting us yet. They're fighting South Vietnam's government. And so they start making real problems for Diem's government, because the problem was they all looked like farmers. Like, you couldn't tell who is a VC fighter and who's not, because they don't wear different uniforms. They look like everybody else. And so when you go to a village, everybody's just walking around like farmers do and doing their thing. And you can't tell who's members and who's not. And so this creates real problems for Diem, and then of course later for us as well. All right. Really, the beginning of the civil rights movement is because of a tragic lynching that takes place of a young man by the name of Emmett Till. This is Emmett Till and his mother, Mamie. And Emmett Till is going down. He lives in Chicago, where he has a little more freedom to be kind of like, I guess, not as respectful to whites as Black people were in the South, because they didn't want to get attacked. And so his mother tries to warn him. She's like, "Look, son, I know you're going down to visit, your cousins down in Mississippi, but Mississippi is not like Chicago. You have to watch what you say." And apparently, while he and his cousins were down in Money, Mississippi, there's a little town there, he wolf whistled at a white woman. There's my little wolf whistle there. And he, he said, "Hey, baby." And he was trying to impress, his cousins and their friends. And they're like, "You're crazy. You're crazy. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here." But this was Carolyn Bryant, and Carolyn Bryant told her husband about this. And he and his half brother, J.W. Millam, go to the house where Emmett Till is staying. And they're like, "Where is he? Where is he?" In the middle of the night. And they had guns with them. And so the residents in the house knew what would happen if they resisted. So they didn't. And these guys grab Emmett Till, take him to a barn, torture him, and kill him. And then they take his body, and he's only 14 years old. And they take his body and they dump it in a dam, an earthen dam for the Tallahatchie River, where it gets all swollen and disfigured from the water creeping in. And finally, later on, his body is found, and it's in horrible condition. And it's brought up to Chicago. His mom, Mamie, pays a bunch of money to have his body shipped back up to Chicago, and pries the box, the pine box that that the body's in, open, and sees what they had done to her son's face. It looked like, you can look it up on Google, but it looks like almost like not even like a human being's face anymore. And she has an open casket funeral because she wanted people to see what they had done to her son. And the black publication Jet Magazine was there, and Jet Magazine did a story on Emmett Till, and people all across the South read the terrible, tragic story of what happened to this poor boy. And it just created a lot of anger in the African American community. And one very quiet, nice lady who worked as a secretary in the NAACP office in Montgomery, Alabama, by the name of Rosa Parks, was sitting there on the bus reading this story from Jet Magazine and just feeling this anger and this disgust and this just absolute, just being completely fed up with the racist system in the South. And the law, basically the segregationist law in the Jim Crow law at the time, said that if you were black, when the bus began to start filling up, you had to move to the back so the white people could have the seats near the front of the bus. And as the bus started to fill up, the bus driver was like, ma'am, you're gonna have to move to the back. And she's like, no. She's like, no, I'm not doing it. Just have me arrested. And so he pulls over, and this police officer arrests her, and she goes to prison. This is her mugshot right here. And later, she was like, I was thinking about what happened to that poor boy. And so her one little quiet act of protest just is the spark that starts an avalanche, because people wanted to do something. And the question is what? And of course, the immediate instinct that people had was to get violent. I mean, that was what white people were doing to black people. They were using violence all the time. So it seemed like it only made sense. And this is where one of the great figures of American history kind of happens to be in the right place at the right time. The local preacher in Montgomery, Alabama, and one of the big black churches there, was the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he had studied Gandhi's methods when he was in seminary, and he was a gifted public speaker. And so he creates the SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and he channels all that energy, that angry energy, that fed up energy, into nonviolent civil disobedience. Okay. And I have his strategy here. It's based right off of Gandhi's strategy. It's in the slide. So you have to know this. The first step is to ignore or disobey an unjust law. If a law is unjust, just break it. Just ignore it, just like Rosa Parks did. Then you show respect for the overall concept of the rule of law by not resisting, not doing anything violent when the police come, or when anybody confronts you. You do not comply, but you also do not get violent. And you go to jail if they send you to jail. And of course, the third step was to keep doing this in larger and larger numbers until it was something that the media had to cover. And of course, he would actively invite the media to cover these things, because he wanted the media to take pictures, to take video, and to write stories about people getting arrested for these unjust crimes. And of course, that was going to put public pressure on lawmakers in the South, and especially, he was trying to get the attention of the federal government. But his method was opposed by another civil rights leader who also emerged at this time. His name was Malcolm X, And he basically was a follower of a guy named Elijah Muhammad, who had basically kind of created his own religion. He had taken Islam and kind of changed it so he was the prophet, and he was the guy who was everybody looked to instead of Muhammad. And when he converted, and this is kind of interesting because the guy who rammed his car into the policeman at the Capitol is also from the Nation of Islam. He called himself Noah X. This is Malcolm X. But anyway, Malcolm X was also a gifted public speaker, and he said, "We're going to get our rights by any means necessary." Okay, and he's like, if a white man comes into my house and threatens my family, I have a right to defend myself. Okay, it's self-defense. And he called Dr. King's strategy the strategy of the fool. So I have this little YouTube clip where people have them kind of up, like it's almost like a debate, but it's not really. So you'll hear some rocky music at the beginning, but it's just them kind of putting these guys' arguments side by side with each other. So here's a little bit of well, first you'll see Malcolm X, then you'll see Dr. King kind of going back and forth with their various philosophies here. So here it is.
The white man pays Reverend Martin Luther King, subsidizes Reverend Martin Luther King, so that Reverend Martin Luther King can continue to teach the Negroes to be defenseless. That's what you mean by nonviolent. Be defenseless. Be defenseless in the face of one of the most cruel beasts that has ever taken the people into captivity. That's this American white man. And they have proved it throughout the country by the police dogs and the police clubs. 100 years ago, they used to put on a white sheet and use a bloodhound against Negroes. Today, they've taken off the white sheet and put on police uniform. They've traded in the bloodhound for police dogs, and they're still doing the same thing. And just as Uncle Tom, back during slavery, used to keep the Negroes from resisting the bloodhound or resisting the Ku Klux Klan by teaching them to love their enemy or pray for those who use them despitefully. Today, Martin Luther King is just a 20th century or modern Uncle Tom or a religious Uncle Tom who is doing the same thing today to keep Negroes defenseless in the face of attack that Uncle Tom did on the plantation to keep those Negroes defenseless in the face of the attack of the Klan.
I don't think of love as, in this context, as emotional bosh. I don't think of it as a weak force, but I think of love as something strong and that organizes itself in powerful direct action. This is what I try to teach in the struggle in the South, that we are not engaged in a struggle that means we sit down and do nothing. That there's a great deal of difference between non-resistance to evil and non-violent resistance. Non-resistance leaves you in a state of stagnant passivity and deadening complacency, whereas non-violent resistance means that you do resist in a very strong and determined manner. And I think some of the criticisms of nonviolence, or some of the critics, fail to realize that we are talking about something very strong, and they confuse non-resistance with nonviolence.
The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to give Negroes a chance to sit in a segregated restaurant beside the same white man who had brutalized them for 400 years. The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to get Negroes to forgive the people who have brutalized them for 400 years by.
Okay, so you can see there's really a debate going on inside the Black community as to what they should do. Like, how do you resist this Jim Crow racist white, establishment, especially in the South? And the answer by Malcolm X is you fight back. And so there was this specter that was kind of raised in the 50s and 60s of possible race war between white people and Black people, where people would be taking up arms and using their guns and killing each other in large numbers, and the police would get involved. And Dr. King was like, that's not the way. If we want change, we can't let people get scared of the specter of violence. Like that'll just negate all of our arguments. They won't listen to our arguments so we have to kind of suffer, and we have to go through all of this, this protesting and suffering in order to get concerned white people in the North, in the federal government, to intervene in the South, where, of course, white people were never going to change. So that is the great debate that is kind of, that goes on throughout the civil rights movement. And of course, Dr. King is very, very influential through his network of churches that are all a part of the SCLC. Little moment in medical history. Dr. Jonas Salk, who is kind of in competition with another doctor, Dr. Albert Sabin, is able to do all the trials and everything to come up with a vaccine for the terrible disease of polio, which we already talked about. And we talked about FDR, which had paralyzed FDR from the waist down. But it was, every year parents were terrified that their child would say, I can't move, and then they'd be stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of their lives, or they'd be in an iron lung or some horrible thing like that. And so the polio vaccine is successful in 1955. It's after a terrible, scourge in 52, where 58,000 children were paralyzed, and half of them, it sickened 58,000, paralyzed half, and killed 3,000 of them. And so it took 7 years, but Dr. Salk had been working on this since 1948, but he was able to get a safe version of the vaccine. And then, of course, Dr. Sabin was also able to get one that was administered orally. Dr. Salk's was injected. And so that kind of eliminates what was once a horrible disease, which crippled people every year. In 1955, there is a big blow up in the Middle East between the Arab countries and Israel. And essentially this is kind of a complicated story, but we're going to get just kind of the basics, because this is really more American history, but we're involved, so you have to know what happens. But the leader of the Arab world became the president of Egypt. The prime minister of Egypt, Abdul Nasser. And so Nasser was sick and tired of the United States supporting Israel. And so Nasser decides, well, if the USA is going to support Israel, then I guess the Arab nations should do business with the communist world. And of course, this was something that was like, we did not want this at all, because we did not want the Middle East getting friendly with the communists. So he conducts an arms deal with Czechoslovakia, which is really basically the same thing as conducting it with the USSR, since Czechoslovakia is just a puppet state. And so America and Britain had said, look, we were going to give you a ton of money to put this big dam up on the Nile River, the Aswan Dam. And if you do this, we'll cancel the grant for the Aswan Dam. And he just went ahead with it anyway, so we canceled the grant. So he's like, well, okay, if you're going to cancel the grant for the dam, then you're not going to use the Suez Canal anymore. So he nationalizes the Suez Canal. And that, like you saw just recently with the with the Ever Given clogging that up for just 10 days, causing massive disruptions in world trade. That was a move that was like seriously destabilizing. So American, British, French, and Israeli forces basically, it's British, French, and Israeli forces at first, but then American forces are going to get involved. They basically attack the Sinai Peninsula, which is kind of, sticks off the side of Egypt there, and they take it over. And that gives them control of the Suez Canal. And so Egypt calls upon the Soviet Union for help. Israel calls upon the United States for help, and it looks like there might be conflict between the pro-American forces on one side and the pro-Soviet forces on the other. And right before, it gets ugly, there's an emergency meeting at the United Nations, and they're like, we can make a deal, let's make a deal. And so they make a deal, and both sides agree to kind of this peace deal. So this is one instance in which the UN literally saves us from what would likely have been a world war. And by the way, this guy right here, Moshe Dayan, is he kind of makes a name for himself in this crisis when he blitzes. It was under his leadership that the Israeli forces with British, French help were able to blitz the Egyptian forces in the Sinai Peninsula. So he's got an eye patch, and he's one of the most amazing military commanders of the 20th century. Boyer knows him quite well because he did his National History Day paper on him, but you'll see him again as we talk further about Israel in further conflicts. But that is the Suez Crisis. So in response to that and to the recent developments in Southeast Asia, the United States and Britain formed two new NATO-like alliances called SEATO and CENTO. SEATO involved Southeastern Asian countries that would, like, basically it was like NATO, like you attack one, you attack them all, so we got Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and Thailand, and Pakistan, which has East and West Pakistan. It isn't Pakistan and Bangladesh yet. That won't happen until the 70s. But those became part of SEATO. And of course, we were trying to get other Southeast Asian countries to join in, but they were hesitant to do so. And then CENTO was included Pakistan also, was in both of them, and Iran and Turkey. And so that was meant to kind of like, block the Middle East off from Soviet influence. And so that was our attempt to kind of like, use that same brinksmanship strategy to get what we wanted in those regions. But the problem was we couldn't get enough countries in the Middle East to sign on to CENTO, and we couldn't get enough countries in Southeast Asia to sign on to SEATO. All right. So as the US kind of recovered from its post-war, dip, and the labor unions, the AFL and the CIO, joined together to form a national labor union known as the AFL-CIO in 1955, workers were able to make enough of a living that they were able, like even people who were factory workers could afford like a nice middle class existence out in the suburbs. Housewives stayed at home with the kids, and they of course wanted their husbands to buy them all the latest new appliances that would make their housework easier, the refrigerators, the washing machines, the dishwashers, etc. And of course, businesses began to make money hand over fist again. And the American consumer market drove one of the biggest economic booms in the history of the world. And still we're riding on that kind of, massive, it's like an economic boom that is fueled by just massive consumer spending. Like after kind of getting out of the shock of the Great Depression and and the World War II, people were finally starting to get comfortable with spending again, and that has continued all the way up to the present. So that is what drives our economy, is just massive consumer spending on all kinds of products. And if that is to ever change, of course, that would be really bad, because it is the key to our economy continuing to be the force that it is. But families began to plan vacations to places like Disneyland, and America kind of settles into this big kind of boom that just goes throughout the 50s and the 60s, where we just become this incredible economic power in the world. They're really literally the engine of the world's economy. And really, it's the heart of it is the spending habits of the American consumer, which are extravagant compared to other parts of the world. And so we buy a lot of non-essential stuff. Like we spend a lot of money on non-essential stuff compared to the rest of the world. Now there were some critiques of this affluent lifestyle that had been kind of building, and where people were achieving the success level to kind of live the American dream. The first one of those is John Kenneth Galbraith, who was an influential economist who had been involved in politics and government and had written The Affluent Society, where he criticized the rich upper class for failing to live up to the ideals of Andrew Carnegie and to give back some of their wealth. Like Andrew Carnegie gave away most of his fortune, founded libraries, Carnegie Hall, etc., all across the country. We talked about it. He said that the rich upper crust is basically holding on to their wealth, and that is going to, in the end, kind of destroy what could be a very healthy society. And so instead of using their wealth to help the poor and kind of cure the ills of capitalism, they're just going to hoard it and hoard it and hoard it. And of course, that seems to be continuing to be true even up to the present day. A sociologist by the name of David Reisman wrote The Lonely Crowd, a study of the changing American character, where he said that Americans were going from inner directed innovators, people who were intrinsically motivated to innovate and build and make small businesses, to being other directed, kind of social conformists. Just go with the crowd, do what you're told. Don't innovate, don't create, don't. So that vibrance that we had in the late 1800s, which led to the second industrial revolution being here in America and all these new inventions coming out of our country, was kind of fading as people were just kind of conforming because of the Red Scare, because factory work was, you can make a comfortable living doing factory work. There wasn't this huge push to go and start your own business if you wanted to have a decent living for your family. And then another sociologist by the name of C. Wright Mills described the dehumanizing culture of corporations in white collar, and the emerging threats to freedom and social mobility in the power elites. So they raised some very appropriate criticisms to this system. But in 1956, William White, who was a writer for Fortune magazine, wrote a bestseller, The Organization Man, which provided probably the most incisive critique of the affluent society at the time. And in this book, they say it's actually one of the most influential books on management that has ever been written. He said that Americans had a tendency to engage in groupthink and seek out safety of the more collectivist structures of corporations. It's, don't go out and, take a big risk and go out on your own and start your own business and try to invent things and take all those risks that people used to take in American society. Instead, just get that comfy corporate job. Just, just go and conform and get your little cubicle and do your job and get your nice middle class existence, and don't worry about it, And so he kind of stated that the rugged individualism that had produced, the incredible growth and wealth of America since the end of the Civil War was starting to fade as people were avoiding risk and kind of maintaining their positions all the way until they retired, just by not making any big mistakes. So this really made a lasting impression and was a very penetrating insight. It's as true even up to this day. And literature in the 1950s, again, I wish we had more time to really get into kind of like the amazing authors here. It included Ralph Ellison, who won the National Book Award in 1953 for Invisible Man, which addressed the problem of race in America. J.D. Salinger wrote a very influential novel which kind of critiqued the superficiality of 50s society, called The Catcher in the Rye. And Richard Wright wrote Native Son, which again was about race and showed how Black men were shaped by systemic racism. Joseph Heller wrote Catch 22, which showed the emptiness of patriotism. And probably by far the most brilliant writer of the 50s was a very intelligent Black writer by the name of James Baldwin, who explored sexuality, race, and class in his Notes of a Native Son, and the gay and bisexual world in Giovanni's Room. So these guys were, in many ways, a lot of them pioneers, kind of anticipating some of the advances that would later be made in various movements. The composers of the 1950s included Rodgers and Hammerstein, who were a composing duo who were already famous for the musical Oklahoma and South Pacific, and won awards for The King and I and The Sound of Music. And then Oscar Hammerstein had mentored a young lyricist named Stephen Sondheim, who collaborated with a brilliant young composer named Leonard Bernstein to produce the wildly successful West Side Story in 1957. And they would, of course, both go on to have very successful careers, each in their own right. And there was a group of writers who became kind of the new avant-garde, kind of like the edgy, people who were kind of like on the fringe of what was acceptable in society, and they were known as the beatniks. And of course, these guys are anticipating many of the themes you will see in the culture war of the 1960s. They're kind of the pioneers of that. But the Beat Generation, as they were often referred to, was led by people like Allen Ginsberg, who himself was openly homosexual and who wrote the poem Howl, which became kind of this anthem for this new generation of iconoclastic poets, writers, and musicians in the 1950s. And really, their big thing was all about breaking taboos. That was followed by Jack Kerouac's On the Road in 1957, get your kicks on Route 66 kind of thing. And then William S. Burroughs' Naked Lunch in 1959. They were joined by Gregory Corso. And then, of course, they influenced some musicians who kind of broke with the more traditional style of music and kind of started innovating and creating their own, like Bob Dylan and Joan Baez, who were some of the pioneers of music in the 50s that would morph into kind of the music of the 60s, which became very, very popular. So, and then of course, I did talk about Hunter S. Thompson, right, and his Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Oh, and yeah, so I wanted to mention him as well. So those are the beatniks. And then the world of art is also kind of affected by this post-war, revolt against the mores of society, which, same thing happened after World War One. And so in 1954, we see a movement in art and architecture called postmodernism. And that had kind of been gaining momentum since the 1940s, but it was a full-blown intellectual and artistic movement by this point. And this really is, a lot of it is fueled by the Holocaust, just complete and utter disillusionment with human beings and any hope that we'll ever create like a more advanced society, just kind of really being down on civilization and on progress and modernity and everything, and just it's all never going to work out, and we're all just going to kill each other in the end. And you have your truth that's true for you, and I have my truth that's true for me. So this kind of relativism where everybody kind of has their own truths, and nobody's truth is more valuable than anybody other's truth. You just have to learn how to respect everybody else's truth, and that kind of really becomes the new. And so existentialism, which had been developed in the 1800s was revived by a philosopher named Sartre, and that becomes kind of the underpinning, the intellectual underpinning for this. Um, but it's just very depressed, and so you have um, Andy Warhol just taking everyday normal items like a can of tomato soup and turning it into art. And then you have these architectural things that don't look like they're supposed to look like this, but they do. And they're kind of breaking all the rules of architecture. And then of course you have abstract expressionism under painters like Jackson Pollock, who I think I have an extra slide on them coming up in a bit here. You also have a movement in theater to kind of address this post-war, post-Holocaust just malaise in the artistic world. And Samuel Beckett, who is an Irish author, had a massive impact on kind of like the world of theater by writing a play called Waiting for Godot, where you have these guys who are just waiting for this person who's never going to show up. And it's kind of like a commentary on human existence, where we're all just waiting for something that's never going to happen. And it just kind of throws cold water on a lot of the aspirational ideals that we have about humanity and human race and all of that. American playwright Edward Albee wrote a number of plays who fell in with that genre, including Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and which is kind of a play on, like, the whole man versus woman in a marriage, and kind of like the power struggles that go on there, and that sort of thing. And then and he also wrote A Delicate Balance, Seascape, and Three Tall Women. And then the Czech playwright Václav Havel actually critiqued communism with his play The Garden Party, which he had to be very careful in how he did it. But of course, he is going to end up being someone that we'll talk about again later when we talk about the fall of communism in Eastern Europe. So keep his name in mind. And then probably one of the greatest artists in the 50s and 60s, well, really the 40s, 50s, and 60s for America, is Norman Rockwell, who really captured kind of the frenetic craziness of American life with his artwork, which regularly went on the cover of the magazine, the Saturday Evening Post. And so he really becomes kind of like the iconic artist for America, and even kind of gets into issues like race. This is we'll be talking about Ruby Bridges and the New Orleans school segregation thing in a little bit, but this is his painting regarding that, kind of making his statement there. And then of course he has a really funny take on growing up. Like, this is like the life of an average boy right here, and just all the things that he would do during the day. And then this is kids arguing over a basketball game, and just he had a real knack for kind of capturing the character of American life. We already looked at some of his paintings, actually, when we looked at the Four Freedoms, the artwork he did for those. So just an iconic American artist. And then of course, yes, I do have a slide on abstract expressionism. Jackson Pollock, an American painter, being one of the most prominent members of this movement. It kind of revives the whole Dada surrealism, but takes it to a whole new level, where you can't even tell what's going on. There's just paint everywhere, and it's all in these strange patterns. But people love his paintings. They absolutely they read an incredible amount of meaning in them, and so abstract expressionism creates what's called a viewer-dependent possibility space, where the viewer kind of reads in a lot of the meaning into these areas. So Mark Rothko, would just use solid colors. And Barnett Newman made a painting where he's got it mostly as red. It's called "Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, and Blue?" And there's like a yellow edge and a blue edge, and so they called that mythomorphic abstractionism. But really, Jackson Pollock is kind of the pioneer here, and of course, Andy Warhol kind of creates his own genre of art called pop art, where he takes like a picture and then he kind of has it in different colors. So this is a Marilyn Monroe, a famous entertainer from the 50s and 60s who we'll be talking about, who he just kind of has it in different colors there. Jasper Johns created Three Flags, which again is kind of taking everyday items and kind of looking at them in interesting ways. And then Richard Hamilton made it collages, which pointed out how the body and the home were treated by human beings. And so pop art became very popular in the 60s as well. As far as music goes, rock and roll became the new kind of sound of the era. And I wish we had time to really get into some of the artists and their music, but it kind of combined elements of jazz, swing, and country music together. And it challenged social mores on dating and on what age sexual activity could occur, because the dancing that went along with it was considered sexually suggestive. And so the older generation, which, I mean, these were people who had lived through the 20s and had been part of the flapper movement and rebelled against their elders, or they were the children of those people. And they were horrified, by the rock and roll movement, which is kind of funny to see how, that happens. But you had early pioneers, some of whom were Black. You can see here Chuck Berry and Little Richard were African American pioneers in rock and roll. But you also had Richie Valens, who was Hispanic, and then of course Bill Haley and the Comets, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, and the irrepressible Jerry Lee Lewis. So they sold millions of records. Girls went absolutely wild at these concerts and just fawned over various stars, and would swoon over them. And of course, the greatest of all of them was the king of rock and roll, who became a huge sensation after coming on to the Milton Berle show and gyrating his hips. And that was Elvis Presley. And of course, his big hits included "You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog" and "Jailhouse Rock," and people just went absolutely berserk over Elvis. And he starred in a number of films as we get into the 1960s. And in the late 60s, his popularity waned as the hippie movement kind of became the new thing, and the Beatles took over. And he dies in Graceland in 1977 of an overdose. So been to Memphis, seen Graceland. It's pretty cool. In Hungary in 1956, student protests in the city of Budapest turn into a full-blown revolution. As students try to enter a radio station, they kind of end up overthrowing the government in the process, this kind of weak communist government. And one of the officials in the government he kind of sympathizes with their cause and becomes their spokesperson. And his name is Imre Nagy. And Imre Nagy basically appealed to the West. He appealed to the Western powers and said, please help us. We don't want to be under communist control. So this is very embarrassing for the Soviet Union, because they had always said, oh, communism's better. We'll win in the end against the United States. And here is an Eastern European country saying, please get us out of here. We hate communist paradise. But we couldn't do anything because it was Warsaw Pact. Like, if we go in there, they'll consider it an attack on Czechoslovakia. And that meant that war with the Soviet Union. So, that brinksmanship thing was kind of a two-edged sword. And so we had to sit and watch as the tanks rolled in, and Imre Nagy made his final appeal. And the Soviets ruthlessly crush this this revolution. And then if Khrushchev was yelling, "We will bury you," to the United States, kind of angrily defying us, and the fact that we kind of look like we were right about things and they were wrong. The democratically elected president of Costa Rica in 1953, Jose Figueres Ferrer, was a true believer in democracy and the rule of law, even daring to abolish the military in Costa Rica, since he considered it to be a threat to democracy. Costa Rica is actually one of the only countries in the world nowadays with no military. He seemed like a perfect ally for the United States. He's a big, big believer in democracy and freedom. But he cooperated with the CIA to combat communism, supporting this school for Latin American Special Forces guys where the CIA basically trained them on counterinsurgency tactics, known as the School of the Americas. It was in Panama, and but when some leftist refugees from another country applied for asylum in Costa Rica, he allowed them to have asylum and protected them. And we're like, give us those guys. We want to basically kill them. And he's like, no. And so we basically start a revolution. Well, actually kind of like a border war more, to discredit him. And eventually he is voted out of office in 1958. So kind of goes to show that, you have to be loyal to the CIA and give us what we want, including, any leftist we want to kill or else. We also take advantage of the yearning of the Tibetan people for freedom, knowing full well that they'll never be able to stand up against, the power of communist China, but knowing that we can also, use this to really cause China problems. And so the CIA station chief in Taiwan, Ray Klein, was ordered to help the Tibetan freedom fighters who were fighting in the Himalayas. And so he organized Operation ST Circus, in which Tibetan fighters were actually flown all the way to the United States to Camp Hale in the Rockies. And this was like a violation of, how the CIA is supposed to operate. CIA is not supposed to operate inside of our country. But we trained them in guerrilla warfare tactics and mountain fighting in the Rockies, and then we would take them back over and help. They would help lead the resistance in Tibet. And so Tibet kind of rebelled against China, and China just sent in the troops, and it was a long, grinding, bloody war. It's very guerrilla warfare oriented. The Dalai Lama had to flee to India because he became kind of a target. But the guy who led it was Gonpo Tashi, and if in the end, the Tibetan, freedom fighters were worn down to a few ragged bands, and their struggle finally ended in the 1970s. But in the process, we did get a bunch of secret documents that made it worthwhile for us. But of course, we didn't tell these guys your cause is hopeless, you'll never win. We just were like, here, go for it, and we'll help you. So in 1956, Senator Strom Thurmond, who was this big segregationist senator from South Carolina, wrote a document titled the Declaration of Constitutional Principles, but that is basically called the Southern Manifesto. And essentially, this was a reaction to the Supreme Court decision in Brown v. Board of Education, because white Southerners did not want Black children going to school with their white children. And so he made a states' rights argument that the judicial branch had overreached in its application of its power, and then basically said that he would fight school desegregation by all lawful means, but stopped short of saying that they would nullify nullify federal law, or federal case law in this case. Senators and congressmen from across the South all joined in on this. But there were some notable exceptions, such as the Senate Majority Leader Lyndon Johnson of Texas, who had wider political ambitions and Speaker of the House Sam Rayburn, and Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee, all of whom were looking at possibly trying to go national with their ambitions. In 1956, the Democrats ran Adlai Stevenson again, who they still were just absolutely in love with as a candidate. And they were like, well, the last election, it was McCarthyism. Like the whole country was like super afraid. But now that, that's over with, Stevenson can win. And they ripped on the Republicans, for mistakes made in the Suez Crisis, for not helping the Hungarians in the Hungarian uprising of 1956. But the problem was that Eisenhower had reached across the aisle so much and had done so many, things with the Democrats, and had, in many ways, really pleased most Americans with the way he had kind of run the country, that the Democrats at this point were having a hard time finding something that really resonated and where they could get some real traction again. He actually, though, Eisenhower almost didn't run again because he had a heart attack. And, for a little while, there was some serious doubts as to whether he would be healthy enough to run. But eventually, he decided to run again after he spent about 3 weeks convalescing, and was like, okay, I'm bored. I guess I will run again. But he really was like, do I have to have Nixon on the ticket? Because I can't stand that guy. But, they're like, yeah, please. And so just his enormous personal popularity really gave him a huge advantage in the polls. And you can see that this is an even bigger landslide victory than last time around. So the election in 1956 goes to Eisenhower with an easy win. And in 1955, a committee called the Clay Committee had made a report to President Eisenhower that there was a need for a national system of interstate highways, and that they were in, stages of disrepair. And I don't know if you guys remember the transcontinental motor convoy slide that we did earlier, but Eisenhower had had some bad experiences with, the state of our roads in our country. He knew from firsthand, from being on that convoy, how bad the roads were. And so he reached across the aisle, worked with the Democrats, and signed the Federal Aid Highways Act of 1956 into law. And this encouraged states through federal funding to build these big, interstate highways, which we still have many of those around today. And of course, we've continued to expand on them. And that is how we're able to get around our country. So it was a huge infrastructure kind of investment that is, that's in the news again recently with the infrastructure bill that's being considered now. All right. In 1956, the FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover's leadership, began investigating subversive domestic groups. And of course, this at first was like Communist Party, things like that, but then it kind of spread into civil rights organizations. And so the FBI was abusing its power by going after these various civil rights groups like CORE and the NAACP and Malcolm X and Dr. King. And they even tried to intimidate Dr. King with information from telephone conversations that they had gleaned, which made it seem like he was having an affair on his wife. That, of course, is still a matter of debate, but it's very possible that it was true. He kept extensive, files on, and we've already talked about this with Hoover, but, he had all that dirt on various politicians, so nobody wanted to fire him. And he continued to stay in power. So he was kind of abusing his power as FBI director in a number of ways there. Now, the Brown v. Board of Education decision was somebody had to send Black students to a white school in the South without them getting killed. And so the NAACP had been looking for a friendly school board in a state that was a little on the more moderate side. So like, we're not talking like Mississippi where these kids would be in danger of being killed. And so they finally settled on Little Rock Central. And because Little Rock Central High School was you know, a relatively large school in a town where there was a decent African American population, decent size, and 9 Black students who all of whom had good grades and were considered good students, you know, in their segregated schools, gave up their friends, gave up their, you know, their experiences on their teams to be a part of history and to endure incredible abuse as they kind of became the tip of the spear in terms of, you know, desegregating schools in the South. And so they basically try to go to school and get one heck of a reaction from the white crowd as they do. And so it's really hard to put this into words. This is the group right here meeting at the town, or meeting at the home of NAACP worker Daisy Bates, the Little Rock Nine. But I want to play you just a little clip out of a great documentary on the civil rights movement called Eyes on the Prize. So here is a little clip on the Little Rock Nine and their experiences.
Explosive situation as the Little Rock Nine entered Central High School.
We entered the side of the building, thousands of people out front, and we were entering the side, and I could just get a glimpse of this group. And on the car, I could hear, on the car radio, I could hear that there was a mob. And I knew what a mob meant. And I knew that the sounds that came from the crowd were very angry. So we entered the side of the building very, very fast.
We've just got a report here on this end that the students are in. They're trying to turn the camera down that way, Don. Down there. You can see from here some of the action occurring down there. The three of us represented the black press. That was all, and we were on the mall in front of the school, and the word got to the crowd outside that the niggas are in the school. Then they said to us, you come out here as a decoy, and if other people slipping into the side of this building. So I said, hell no, like that, you see.
The crowd turned on Hicks and on his companions, Moses Newsom and Alex Wilson.
Somebody had a brick in his hand, and instead of throwing the brick, because he was too close, he hit Alex Wilson up beside his head with this brick. Of course, Wilson was more than 6 feet tall, ex-Marine. He went down like a tree.
The mob was getting past the wooden sawhorses because the policemen would no longer fight their own in order to protect us. And so someone made a suggestion that if they allowed the mob to hang one kid, they could then get the rest out. And a gentleman whom I believe to be the assistant chief of police said, how are you going to choose? You're going to let them draw straws. He said, I'll get them out. And we were taken to the basement of this place. And we were put into 2 cars, grayish blue colored Fords. And the man instructed them, he said, once you start driving, do not stop.
The rioting was headline news. The nation and the world saw unmistakably the face of resistance. Finally, President Eisenhower realized he had to act, and he did quickly. That night, he sent an...
All right. So the way this kind of plays out is that essentially the Little Rock School Board agrees to let the students come, and the governor of Arkansas, who was up for re-election, Orville Faubus, uses this as a way to kind of make himself popular with the white population, and he basically shuts down the schools with the Arkansas State Guard, prevents the students from entering, and then of course the students are finally, because President Eisenhower's like, you're not going to tell the federal court system to go fly a kite. Like if they give you a court order that carries the force of federal law, like you have to comply. And so eventually they got the students in the school, and of course the white crowd around the school went nuts, and they had to get the kids out of there. And one girl got separated from the rest of the 9, and she they were like, she was walking through this crowd of angry white people by herself, Elizabeth Eckford, and had it not been for this other white lady who kind of came alongside of her and protected her from other white people, she probably would have been beaten up and or maybe lynched or something. And so Eisenhower, this was like all over the news all over the country, and the ugly face of Southern racism was being seen by everybody in the country. And so President Eisenhower, realizing that Governor Faubus was in cahoots with the racists and was not going to enforce federal law, sent in the 101st Airborne. And so the people of Little Rock were like amazed as they were watching these troop transport trucks showing up in their city, and guys basically coming out of these trucks with guns. And Eisenhower basically institutes a, a sort of martial law in Little Rock, where the Army literally protected each one of these students, like, and they were all separated out, so they weren't in any classes together, but each student would have a soldier with a gun that would follow them, like a big rifle, which would follow them around all day at school to protect them. And so white kids would do mean things and taunt them and just try to get them to react, because they knew if they did anything that the administration would target the black kid and not the white kid. And so 8 out of the 9 made it through without retaliating, but one girl got so sick of I forget her name, but she got so sick of getting taunted that she dumped her bowl of soup over a white kid's head and got herself expelled for that. But the others all graduated because they were all seniors that year. And so that was the successful integration of Little Rock Central High School after serious opposition by both the white population and the governor there. And it took Eisenhower, an old general himself, who it doesn't like it when people don't follow orders, sending in the military to get people to comply with federal law. So that's the Little Rock 9. And this is really where the federal government takes a more active role in civil rights. And so President Eisenhower, realizing that this was an issue that needed to be dealt with, introduced his own civil rights bill that would have given African Americans voting rights in the South and established civil rights across the South. But the Senate Majority Leader, Lyndon Johnson, kind of realized that this would split the northern and southern branches of the Democratic Party. So he sent it to the Judiciary Committee, where it was eviscerated by Senator James Eastland, who was from Mississippi, who also opposed this act. And so by the time the bill makes it all the way through the Senate, all of the good stuff had been taken out of it, and all it did was create a weak Civil Rights Commission and a division within the Department of Justice having to do with civil rights. So, and of course, Strom Thurmond made a huge deal out of a giant filibuster that he did. It was the longest solo filibuster in the history of the Senate, but of course he couldn't keep it up forever, so eventually it passed. So on October 4th, 1957, the Soviets and the United States had both taken Nazi scientists, and they had basically helped us build rockets, like the ICBMs that we were talking about, and the Soviets too. And so the Soviets decided to put the first artificial satellite into space, which was about the size of a basketball and had some antenna sticking off of it. It was called Sputnik. And so when Sputnik basically started circling the Earth, people in America got freaked out, because they were like, are they pointing weapons down at us from space? And so President Eisenhower basically got us into the space race by creating DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Administration, which was supposed to develop, these kind of space-based weapons and get the military into space, and NASA, which was the civilian space exploration agency. And in the early part of the space race, the Russians are kicking our tails. The first satellite to escape Earth orbit and to do a flyby of the moon was Luna 1. That was a Soviet satellite. And then the first man-made object to reach the moon's surface was Luna 2. It was a Soviet satellite that actually crashed on the surface of the moon in 1959. So NASA is got America into the space race, and we'll be talking more about that in a little bit. In the meantime, because of all the stuff developing in the Middle East, especially as Nasser began to try to recruit other countries into joining with him in kind of like a pro-Soviet bloc in the Middle East, President Eisenhower issued what was known as the Eisenhower Doctrine, which said that any nation requesting aid, especially nations in the Middle East, would get it. And like he's saying, even it doesn't have to be covert aid. It can be straight up troops. Like, we'll just send in troops, American troops, to help you if you need it. That's how important the Middle East is to us. And so this becomes known as the Eisenhower Doctrine. One of the countries that that Nasser was trying to recruit was Syria. Syria had a democratically elected government. Prime Minister was Sabri al-Assali, and President Shukri al-Kuwaiti, I'm sorry. And they basically had signed a pact of cooperation with the USSR in 1955. And so, again, a lot of it had to do with Israel and US support for Israel. So the CIA under Kermit Roosevelt tried to stage a coup using Adib Shishalski, but that coup failed because the KGB figured out what was going on and warned Sabri al-Assali, and he was able to stop the coup before it took place. And that only encouraged Syria to grow closer to the pro-Soviet bloc. And of course, Syria and Egypt began to talk about joining together into like one Arab mega state, which they were going to call the United Arab Republic. So they were on board with that at that point as well. The KGB tries to intervene in a number of Middle Eastern countries' affairs. In Iraq, Jordan, and Lebanon, they sponsored coups. In Iraq, this guy right here, Abdul Qasim, who was a pro-Soviet general, assassinated the king of Iraq, King Faisal II, who was pro-US, and basically kind of turned Iraq into a military dictatorship, a pro-Soviet one. So, of course, we would try, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, there was a similar attempt in Jordan, and King Hussein of Jordan was targeted, but the United States, the CIA found out about the plot and was able to warn King Jordan, and he was able to foil the plot. In the meantime, the United Arab Republic became a reality as Syria and Egypt joined together and tried to get Iraq and Jordan and other countries to kind of follow so they could surround Israel on all sides with this like pro-Soviet Arab megastate. But it's going to kind of fall apart. Now, in 1958, a pro-Western Lebanese president, and by the way, Lebanon is divided between Christians in the north and Muslims in the south, and there's constant fighting between them, had basically asked the United States for aid under the Eisenhower Doctrine because he was losing his grip on the country, and the Muslim population in the south was against him. And so they had kind of joined the Arab communist kind of groups that were getting together. And so they wanted Lebanon to join the Union of Egypt and Syria, since it bordered Israel on the north. But President Eisenhower just straight up sent in American troops. This was Operation Blue Bat, and 14,000 American troops, U.S. Marines, go into Lebanon and just shut it all down. And they basically remove Shamoun from power, but stick in a new pro-U.S. President, Faoud Shihab. So that is our intervention in Lebanon in 1958. And in 1958, Mao is going to try to institute actual communism in like straight up all the way to Marx kind of communism in China. And so he's going to like kind of skip the whole 5-year plan thing, which is what the Soviets did. That's how they planned out their economy. And he's just like, screw that. We're just going to have everybody live and work in communes where you don't own any private property anymore. You kind of work together in these big communes, and you know, you all work the farmland together, and people were going to basically, you know, like make industrial products in these backyard furnaces. And because people weren't motivated to like do any extra work on these kind of collective farms, agricultural production, which China really relied on farmers to create the output to feed everybody, it slowed dramatically. And so you know, because you're not getting any more profit, you're getting the same amount no matter what you do. There wasn't near as the productivity. And so tens of millions of Chinese people died in this massive famine that was created by the Great Leap Forward, until finally Mao allowed 2 of his top ministers, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, to introduce some capitalist reforms, and that kind of revived the economy. But the Great Leap Forward was not a success, kind of demonstrating again that, you know, communism doesn't work. All right. In 1958, Mao decided to start shelling the islands of Quemoy and Matsu, kind of trying to unify his country behind him by, you know, going against a foreign enemy. When Taiwan called upon the U.S. to fulfill its treaty obligations, Eisenhower moved the 7th Fleet into the area and gave Sidewinder missiles to the Taiwanese Air Force. And they shot down multiple planes from the People's Liberation Army Air Force. The tension finally diffused when the PLA ran out of artillery shells. And that's what finally ended their bombardment in late 1958. So that was known as the Second Taiwan Straits Crisis. In 1958, Premier Khrushchev issued an ultimatum to the Western powers to get out of Berlin in 6 months or face war. He was still smarting from the embarrassment of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. And there was also kind of this brain drain that was going on in East Berlin as middle-class professionals kept leaving and going to West Berlin because capitalism was better for, you know, people just preferred it. And so it really, you know, like inside of East Germany / East Berlin, West Berlin was kind of this oasis of freedom, democracy, capitalism, etc. And more people kept moving into West Berlin. And so Khrushchev visited the United States in an official visit. And as part of that visit, he sat down with President Eisenhower at Camp David to have some frank discussions on West Berlin. And he came away from the negotiations with the impression that a possible deal could be worked out, and committed to attending a peace summit in 1960 in Paris. And while this was all going on, Vice President Nixon made himself popular with the American people by engaging in an impromptu debate when he was showing Premier Khrushchev some of the exhibits in like an expo that showed off all the new appliances in the American kitchen. And so this became known as the kitchen debate. So And this really became like a debate over the merits of communism versus the merits of capitalism. And Khrushchev said that all one had to do to have a home in the Soviet Union was to be born there. You didn't have to, go and earn it. And if you didn't, you were homeless, that kind of thing. But in America, if you did not have any money, you'd be living on the street. And so he said things in the USSR were built to last, and that gadgets in American homes were specifically designed to fail. So American companies can make more money. And Nixon basically responded with the argument that American gadgets made life easier for housewives, and the free choice consumer had actually created much higher quality than you got in the Soviet Union. And then Khrushchev was like, well, you Americans are so lazy. Do you have a machine that will pick the fork up and stick the food in your mouth for you, and that kind of thing? And essentially, Khrushchev was like, we will bury you someday. And Nixon is like, I predict that actually in the future, you will be doing what we're doing. You will have capitalism and democracy as well. And of course, Nixon ended up being proven right in the end, but it was interesting to kind of see that back and forth. In 1959, two territories which had long been kind of like considered important in the Pacific, and their importance, of course, became more apparent during the war. Alaska and Hawaii were both admitted into the Union as the 49th and 50th states. Of course, we already talked about a lot of the history of Alaska, from Vitus Bering's discovery of it to the United States purchasing it in 1867 as a territory, to the Klondike gold rushes. Now, there was FDR also allowed 1,000 American Midwestern farmers to move to Alaska during the Dust Bowl as a way of like kind of helping them and helping Alaska at the same time. And then when oil was discovered at the Swanson River, it made it even more important to kind of secure Alaska a little more effectively by making them into a state. And then, of course, they found oil in Prudhoe Bay as well. And of course, Hawaii had been an independent Polynesian kingdom for a long time. We talked about the whole Cleveland didn't want to annex it, but McKinley did kind of thing. And of course, when our fleet, which was anchored at Pearl Harbor in Oahu, was attacked at Pearl Harbor, that really made it clear how important Hawaii was. So Hawaii became the 50th state in August of 1959. Now, something that's really going to cause a lot of interesting developments is that there was a pro-US dictator in Cuba. His name was Fulgencio Batista. Batista was super unpopular with the Cuban people because, the US had basically been just doing whatever it wanted in Cuba, along with his connivance. And he used his troops to kind of consolidate his power and go after people. And he's just kind of an iron-fisted dictator that they hated. They were all poor. They were all miserable. And a lot of it was because he would not stand up to the American companies. Instead, he invited them in. And so Cuba was kind of ripe for a revolution. And a communist revolutionary, kind of a dreamer by the name of Fidel Castro, got together a little group of rebels, and they trained in Mexico. And then they went across the Caribbean to Cuba. And this is their flagship, the Grandma, the great communist revolutionary of Latin America, Che Guevara, who would go from one communist revolution to another and try to inspire people and help them win. He ends up assisting Castro in getting the people to rise up and fight Batista. And Batista, watching his power kind of crumble around him, flees the country. And Castro at first was like, I'm trying to bring freedom to my people. So we're going to let them vote. And Jose Miro became the first prime minister. But then he's like, you know what? Actually, I'm a communist dictator and I'm just going to take over. And so he tried to get the United States to recognize him. But since he had been a leftist and kind of basically a communist for so long, the Eisenhower administration gave him the cold shoulder. They would not give him the time of day. So he knew that that meant that the CIA was making plans to get rid of him, which they were, at this kind of big facility in Florida. And the that meant that the only way that Castro was going to survive was to strike up a friendship with Russia. And of course, whenever you're friends with Russia, they kind of call the shots. But it was better than dying. And so Castro basically openly hugged Khrushchev at the United Nations in 1960. And this was all happening just as a presidential election was happening. Eisenhower was done. He was not going to run for another term, but his vice president, Richard Nixon, was going to run, and he was fully briefed on what was going on in Cuba. Now, in Haiti, there was a pro-US dictator by the name of Papadoc Duvalier, and he was ruthless, brutal guy. And he had a state-run secret police force known as the Tonton Makute, who would slice people up with machetes to prove, that going against the government was a really bad idea. And as time went by, it became more and more apparent that, Dr. Duvalier, or Papadoc, as they called him, was mentally ill. He would basically kind of, believe that the leader of this rebel group could shapeshift his form into a black dog. And so he ordered all of the black dogs to be killed all across the island of Haiti, or their half of the island. And as rebels began to arm the civilians, it looked like there was going to be another Cuba all over again. So Duvalier asked the United States for help. And of course, the CIA was like, heck yes, we'll help you. And they just sent the Marines in. And so like a surgical insertion of US Marines went in and dealt with the rebels and killed them all. And so that prevented Duvalier from being overthrown in a way similar to Castro. And that takes us to the 1960s. So we'll stop here, and I will do sessions on the other parts of the packet as we go throughout the week.